Do you think they'll require vaccines, Karen? I know
I
some
think it's
schools.
possible. The more universities say that, the more universities jump on board, the more it seems status quo to do that, right? So I wait to see. It's not been decided. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome. I know we're going to have many more people join us, but you all are the early birds. If you would like to turn on your camera, it would be great to see you and to say hello. Hello, good morning. Tell us where you're coming to us from. Maybe pop it in the chat. Say, give us your name and where you're coming from. I know we have Pennsylvania folks, but others too. Nice, great to see you. Well, cool. So this event was inspired by our January Jumpstart event, which was a really wonderful way to sort of break the winter thaw and give us some ideas about inclusive teaching. And then we thought, let's do this again. And people asked for us to do this again. We thought, when will be a good time? May 1st. Well, now it seems like it's a very busy time. I don't know about all of you, but back in January, May 1st seemed like the perfect day. But maybe a chance for us to pause. And I always feel like I'm a bit too busy to do this, but then I always leave an event feeling like I am so glad I spent time doing that. And it always really refreshes my practice. So I hope that's the same case for all of you. We have some amazing clinicians with us today. But first, I just want to take a moment to do a few commercials, and maybe I'll do them a bit later as well. But today is an important day in the life of ACDA-PA because we have several deadlines that are today. And I'm happy to extend some of those deadlines if you're hearing about any of this for the first time. So I'll just share my screen and talk to you a little bit about our summer conference. So we are going virtual this summer. It was sort of a question mark, and now I know we're starting to meet in person, but we are going to stick with a virtual modality for this summer. And the dates of the conference are here, August 1st and 2nd. That's a Sunday and a Monday. So we're hopeful that we can catch people who prefer a weekend and people who prefer a weekday. And we'll be using an online platform called WOVA, and this content will be available in real time, and so that we can interact. It will also be available after the fact. Sort of like what they did with the national conference. But the two really important things, actually, first, let me say that we're excited about our clinicians, and they were our clinicians in 2020. Their focus is going to be, they're coming back this year, on, again, on sort of ways that we can move forward as a choral field and ideas for the future, ways that we can integrate inclusive practice, ways that we can integrate repertoire in thoughtful and contextual ways. Andy Clark is an expert in disability studies, and anytime he talks, it is so interesting to learn about his work with choirs in that context. And of course, Rosephanie Powell's just a party and a half. And she came to visit one of my choirs last week, and we had such a transformative session. She's really an amazing person. So the two dates to keep in mind here is that we'd love to have your choir perform at a virtual session. And these are going to be 10-minute segments. This could be a recording of you conducting in person. It could be a recording of you doing a virtual project with your choir. And we've asked that they come from either last year or this year. And so it could actually be pre-pandemic that you have a recording to share. And so please, those are going to be juried. And so please send us your very best work. And then also, we would love to have some of you lead an interest session. And I just recently reached out to colleagues who lead graduate programs to try to encourage student presentations. So those of you who might be doing research for the first time, or you're preparing a research project or something, or a dissertation, I really think this is a wonderful opportunity to hear from you. So please don't shy away from presenting an interest session with us. Registration is going to be, so those are the due dates for today, and I'll give a little extra time for sure, but registration will be opening middle of the month. And so please look for that in an ACDA-PA email update. Cool, very good. And I see that we've got Megan with us here. And of course, as usual, I blasted through. Hello, Megan, good morning. Kind of blasted through our introductions there. So now I feel like we'd like to hear from you all. What's going on? I just finished my semester and choir is over for 4 months. So I'm sad, but I'm happy to think about the future. What about you, Chris Jackson?
Well, I was listening to you earlier. Muhlenberg College just made the decision to ask all of their students to be vaccinated for the fall. That combined with the new CDC guidelines that were released means that I can go back to in-person music making on campus, which I have not been happier. But also, I'm thrilled to see Meghan Durham, because Meghan and I used to work together at Muhlenberg College, and we were really happy sad when she left, because it was for good reasons, but it was a bummer for us. So it's good to see you, Meghan.
Yeah. And what about our Messiah students?
You too.
Are you done your semester, or are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't think we can hear you, Natalie. Or Robert.
I can speak. I think her headphones are muted or something. So yeah, our last day of classes was actually yesterday. So both of us finished up our student teaching. So that was cool. Long time coming, I guess, but especially with the pandemic, it was certainly something. But you know, we're both on the job hunt right now. So yeah.
Cool.
Hey, Natalie was actually my student teacher, Miss Brooks there. So we had a wonderful time working together, and I am going to miss her sorely as I try to teach through the month of May without her. And we're also in a full return. They sent all our students back after Easter, so some classes are socially distanced, sort of, and some are not at all. So, but we're going for an in-person concert on Tuesday the 25th, so there's that.
Wow.
Oh, and I just found out that I am ABD. I passed my prospectus. So
We get to
that's
call you
good.
Dr. Liz now, Dr. Liz.
Oh, well, I still have to write the dissertation.
No, you can call a person doctor at ABD.
Oh, that's so nice. Thank you.
That's the rule, Liz.
Oh my gosh. Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
And you can be ABD for like 7 years, so it's not recommended.
Oh, good one, Chris.
Jeff Clauser, what about you? How are things going in your neck of the woods?
We're returning to in-person worship at church on May 9th. So looking forward to that. I mean, we're still following protocols and that sort of thing, so it'll be limited people in person. I'm hoping that as I'm hearing about everybody getting vaccinated and that sort of thing, that everybody feels very comfortable coming back to music making in the fall, so we have a normal time together again. So but in my context, I haven't been doing a lot of things except small group ensemble things, solos, that sort of thing. So.
Yeah. Wow. And what about you, Andrew?
Hey everyone. So we finished class yesterday as well. And so it's going to be great just to have 4 months just to recover really from what has been the most incredible time here for the last year and a bit. So hopefully I can get back to New Zealand for Christmas for a bit of a holiday there. So that'll be the first time back after being here for 2.5 years. So yeah, that's been pretty tough, I have to say, that side of it, not being able to return for that amount of time, but we're getting through it. So that's good.
Cool. Well, I know we're going to have more people join us today. And it's Saturday, so people might be in and out. If at all possible, I ask you to keep your camera, stay in the meeting. Feel free to turn your camera off and then just be with us, because it's sort of in and out is a little bit more challenging. If you need to leave early, that's totally understandable too. But I'm going to go ahead and invite our first speaker to start, if that's okay, Meghan. So Meghan was someone that we connected to through Joy Mead. And I guess you went to school with Joy. And so then I read all about your work with yoga and with trauma-informed pedagogy. And I thought, wow, this is really what we need to hear right now. And I'm so delighted that you made time to be with us from Kentucky this morning, right?
I am, yes. I'm coming to you from Louisville, Kentucky. It's Derby Day here. And it is just such an honor to share this space with you all today. So I'd love to begin with just a few acknowledgements. My pronouns are she, her, and I embody several privileges in myself, including whiteness, gender, education, and access. I mentioned I live and work in Louisville. I've been here for about 2 years, having moved from the Lehigh Valley, spent 10 years there. So I do miss the great state of Pennsylvania, and I'm quite excited to join with you. Louisville is the home, the land of the Osage, Cherokee, and Shawnee peoples, and I'm just really grateful to for the space and the land that I am able to honor in that way, and am committed to doing the work of decolonizing and learning and repairing as best I can in my body. I am I call myself a student expert of myself. I'm not even really sure that I am an expert of myself many days. So because of that, I don't presume to have any knowledge or expertise about your body or experiences. I'm a guest in your space. So please take what resonates with you today and leave what does not. I am going to have my email address up on the screen in a moment. So if you have any thoughts or ideas, please reach out afterwards. Only you knows what feels right for you, right? I think that's so important. In our time today, we're going to talk a little bit about how stress can impact our nervous system and potentially the voice, and some practices or resources that can help us to meet our mood and honor how I feel in this moment, and provide some really practical, I hope, tools that might be useful for your students going forward. I'd like to begin with just a short practice, if that's okay with you all. So just kind of whatever more comfortable is in this moment for you. It could be, if you've been sitting up like this, you can, just whatever more comfortable looks like in your body. And then as we do that, perhaps becoming aware of your feet on the ground, however that is accessible for you. And could we pivot between noticing maybe two things simultaneously, like the feet pressing into the ground or breath moving in and out of the nose? And perhaps a spot on your wall and breath moving in and out of the nose, or noticing your hands resting in a particular place outside the body and breath moving in and out of your nose. I'm going to offer a series of statements and perhaps just notice how they land in your body. Maybe there's a particular place that you feel them. Perhaps they bring a feeling of connection or even disconnection for you. Just noticing. Nothing about my voice is wrong. Nothing about my breath is wrong. Nothing about my body is wrong. Inhaling to the crown of the head, I am. Exhaling to the sits bones, here. And when you're ready, bringing your awareness back to the space. Okay. So I'm going to share my screen. Oh, Karen, would it be possible to do that? I'm sorry, we didn't
Yes, sorry
test that
about
out
that.
ahead of
Just
time.
1
No,
second.
please take your time. Okay. Here we go. Can everyone see this? Is it popping up? Okay, great. So meeting the mood, practices for vocal and emotional well-being. Hopefully that title will illuminate itself as we go along. Please, again, feel free to reach out to me if you have any ideas or thoughts, questions after. I'm just gonna leave this up for just a couple more seconds before we move on. Okay. So I often frame vocal well-being within the context of yoga, simply because that is my primary movement modality, has been for several years. But there are so many, right? And so I really want to come back to this idea that you know what is best for you, you know what languaging is best for you. This is just a bit about my experience today. So what is yoga? It's everywhere right now, right? Everybody is yoga and singing and yoga and music, and it's great. I think for me, coming back to sort of the really essential definition from the Yoga Sutras, the ancient texts in Sanskrit, can be really useful. So yoga being the stilling of the changing states of the mind. If we think about that, though, really anything that helps you to find a moment of pause, a moment of space to be able to have enough resource to take the next step, whatever the next step for you could be in that moment, that for me is a yoga practice. That could be a good book. It could certainly be singing. It could be sharing a meal with friends, anything that brings us a sense of connection, going outside for a walk and enjoying nature, certainly movement, maybe more traditional movement practice, right? But anything that helps us to find a moment of space, that for me is a yoga practice. I think one thing that could be curious to explore today is anything that helps us to find space, an exploration of space in the body, and an exploration of the ground. And if we, I think about that in our singing voices, what in our singing voices needs to find space and what needs to find the ground, that sort of oppositional sort of idea of balance. The other thing I want to highlight here is that a supported nervous system, sort of these waves, right, isn't necessarily calm. We often think of yoga as sort of like helping us to come into this Zen state. And I realize the sun is really bright on this side, so I'm going to move it here. Calm really may not be available to us. I am a mom of a 20-month-old. Calm is rarely available to me in my body. And I think particularly after this past year, with everything that we're all trying to juggle, again, I really want to come back to this idea of a resource that helps us to take the next step. And if we think about singing is not a particularly calm event. It could feel really great. It could feel really nourishing, but there's a lot of activity. There's a lot of mobilization in the body that needs to happen in order for us to do the thing. So again, just really, really highlighting that piece. We could think of these waves, these natural fluctuations, as our emotions, as our mood states. And in the most general sense, they tend to fluctuate between energy, mobilization, and then perhaps anxiety, and then stillness, lethargy, and depression. So to tease that out just a little bit more, this is, if we think about this connected to the autonomic nervous system, and I want to be really, I'm a very gray, I'm very really black and white with these things. And so this chart is just a scaffolding. The nervous system is not as systematic as this may suggest. We have so many blended states. This is merely an attempt to provide a bit of clarity to a very complex and dynamic and fluid system. Tomorrow, a scientist is probably going to discover something that blows this all, out of the water, which is great about science. It just always keeps us on our toes that way. And so if we think about this broken down in terms of mood, so an energetic mood, we would tend to think about the sympathetic nervous system. Now, the sympathetic nervous system is often overly equated with fight or flight. And while that is true, we need our sympathetic nervous system to exist. It's a wonderful part of our body that helps us to move. It mobilizes the body's resources for living, for breathing. Interestingly, when we inhale, that process of inhalation wakes up the body, stimulates that sympathetic space. It becomes a little bit problematic when sometimes we call this in mental health work outside the window of capacity. When we feel anxious, when we have too much overstimulation or feeling, that's when that sort of fight or flight response kicks in. We see this in performance when folks sort of gasp the breath. Perhaps they have difficulty exhaling fully. So again, this window of capacity is a really interesting idea because most of us come outside of our window all the time. So it's not coming outside the window that's the problem. It's when we become chronically stuck outside that window and we don't have a resource. We don't have something that can help bring us back inside that window so that we can take the next step. If we go to the parasympathetic side, we tend to think about this as perhaps calm, perhaps sometimes the word grounded or presence for some people feels better than calm, but you know what feels right in your body. We often think about the parasympathetic nervous system closely tied to the vagus nerve. Vagus nerve, another pretty hot topic right now in the voice world. The vagus nerve is divided according to the polyvagal theory. And if you want a name for this, Dr. Stephen Porges, Porges, really brilliant neuroscientist and creator of the polyvagal theory. And I will highlight it is a theory. There are many people that disagree with this theory. I have my own ideas about it, but I do think it's a really useful tool in thinking about how our bodies could handle this type of stress. So if we think about our vagus nerve, which runs the length of the body, if we bisect it about the diaphragm, everything from the diaphragm up, according to the polyvagal theory, is the ventral vagus. When this part of the vagus nerve is stimulated, we feel good. We're a little sleepy, but we're ready to go to sleep, and we fall into that easefully. We feel connected with those around us. Sometimes the ventral vagus is called the safe and social branch. I think a lot of us are reconnecting with that a little bit as we emerge from this really dark space that we've been in. I remember I was out walking the other day and things were blooming here, and I just had this overwhelming feeling of joy and like life. And I honestly, I could not remember the last time I'd felt that renewed. In that moment, my safe and social branch was really emerging. And I hope for you and for the students that you work with that you're starting to see those glimmers. Interestingly, when we provide a singing opportunity for folks and they exhale with sound, that's going to stimulate that wonderful ventral vagal. So exhalation, the process of exhalation, and we're going to talk a little bit more about adding sound to that, what that does. But it's really a powerful resource that you're offering your students without them even realizing. They think, oh, we're singing and having a great time, but you're providing nervous system support, which is really fantastic. So if we think about everything below the diaphragm, this is the dorsal branch. When that kicks into gear, that's when we are tend to get a little bit outside of our window. I know in my own body, this has been what's kicked in a lot over this past year. It's often said that one of the definitions of trauma is actually a chronic disruption of connectedness. Chronic disruption of connectedness. And so much of what we do as musicians is connecting, right, through music. And when that has ruptured, when that rupture in attunement, sort of literally, is so prolonged, that's when we really start to get into this realm of numbness, futility. A lot of the folks I've worked with lately is just everything feels so, what's the point? When we are chronically in that kind of depression, that's when this can be overtaking us in that dorsal branch. So again, I want to highlight, it's not coming outside of this window that's the problem. Activation and lethargy are part of our body's absolute brilliant cycles of survival and response, right? Activation is normal. It keeps us safe. It's part of being human. It's the getting chronically stuck. And we've probably, again, seen this in ourselves recently and seen this in our students. I do want to say, I'm going to take this off while I share this. I want to relate this just a little bit more to singing, how I have seen this work. Karen mentioned, I do a lot of trauma-informed voice care work, and what can be really fascinating to notice in the body as singers is when we're in a stress response and that sympathetic nervous system kicks into high gear. Let's go to the diaphragm and maybe even the psoas. It's like my bad anatomy attempt, but let's if we think specifically about the diaphragm. So we think of the diaphragm as the primary muscle of inhalation. Of course it is. When it's mobilized, it's doing its fantastic flexible job of providing that stability for the lungs, right? The really interesting thing is when we are in chronic fight or flight, instead of being the primary muscle of inhalation, the diaphragm turns into a core stabilizer. It's preparing your body to run away. It's stabilizing the spine to get the heck out of there. So your body, when you're in that fight or flight chronically, or even just in a moment, it's not distinguishing between you being sort of chased by a wild animal and you about to give a really intense lecture that you might be nervous about, or one of your students having to sing in public for the first time. Think about some of these kids coming out of Zoom behind the camera and what that's going to feel like. There's a lot of overwhelm. Oh, a sweet one. Oh, there's a lot of overwhelm that could be part of that. And so the diaphragm, when we are in that state, and we might not know that we're in that state, right? Part of the blended material in our body is where I sort of feel fine cognitively, but wow, I can't access my breath right now. Or I'm noticing in my students, they're really having difficulty accessing their breath because one reason could be that their body is armored. It is armored for protection, right? So it is very difficult to impossible to take a deep breath when our body is in this armored state. I'm not saying I'm totally impossible, because I know there are some people that can do it. And I'm not a black and white thinker in that way, but it becomes very difficult. And so what's fascinating is we often sort of cue these folks when they're in hyper anxiety mode to, oh, just take a deep breath or just sort of calm down. The problem, of course, with this is that we say those things, we are not allowing that body to complete the survival cycle, right? Or they're like this, and we're saying, no, come to this, but they haven't had a chance to discharge that energy. So their body can't just, right? It is in sort of that armored state. So directly or indirectly, I think historically singers can feel stigmatized for the ways in which their bodies have protected them against threatening experiences in the past. If we think about how these things manifest, like gasping for air, difficulty exhaling, articulation difficulty, a mental or emotional fog, muscle constriction, even shaking during performance. Shaking is actually can be one of the body's ways in that it's completing that discharge of survival. So often, folks can feel that these responses render them somehow an ineffective singer, an unhealthy singer, or an ineffective performer. How does it change our view of voice pedagogy and even choral pedagogy when we consider that things that might have been considered vocal faults or vocal difficulty in the past are actually survival strategies? These are ways in which the singing body in front of us may have survived. These are patterns, defensive patterns, often created totally subconsciously, out of our control, to create a sense of protection, a fortress. That body has been a fortress, right? Not a weak singer, a fortress of a singer that has overcome immense obstacle, right? So because these are often habituated nervous system responses, I think it's just so important to honor them first. How can we say, oh, you know what? Whoa, let's take a moment and honor that diaphragm that has functioned so tremendously in this time of stress. And let's not worry that it's feeling a little bit under duress still, right? We can slowly invite it to take a vacation when it's ready, but emphasis on the word slowly, because I think something else that's really important to remember is when we ask a singing body to let go or to release something, it's really important to be mindful that we may be asking that body to release a form of safety. That body may not be ready to let that go. And how do we approach that, right? How do we go about that? I think offering choice, just having this little piece of information, or perhaps big pieces of information, has drastically changed the way that I interact with bodies. It's not that I even necessarily do anything differently other than provide slowness, other than provide choices, many choices, so that that person can come into their body in the way that feels best for them, in the way that feels safest for them. So how do we, with this information, then help bodies come back into more present moment awareness? Because again, we're not fixing that body. And I think that's so important for this work too, is like, we're not here to swoop in and change things or to swoop in and fix things. Our role might be simply to notice and to offer. Well, what are those things that we could sort of offer without necessarily trying to change? Today, again, there's so many avenues we could explore. I'm going to share my screen again. But I think one of the things that I think about a lot is this idea of meeting the mood. What does that mean? So meeting the mood could mean so many things. I think the simplest version is noticing what's walking into this space, what that energy is. Maybe that's you as the facilitator. What's my energy walking into the space, or what's my student's energy, and how can I meet that energy? If you ever had an experience, y'all would never do, oh, y'all, see, I'm returning to my Southern roots, grew up in Virginia. Y'all would never do this. But imagine when you were, in college and you had an 8 a.m. rehearsal and you walk in, you haven't had your coffee and you're, and the director's like, wake up everybody, and like in the Kermit meme where Kermit's like, like this, right? And you're sort of like deer in headlights, because that does not need your energy at all. And you sort of want to laser beam of death them. Conversely, if you've ever been really worked up about something, maybe you're really anxious or really frustrated, really angry, and someone comes up to you and says, oh, just calm down, and you want to like rip their head off, right? That often doesn't meet our mood either. Meeting the mood simply meaning, if I'm feeling anxious, how can I give my body a practice that meets that anxiety first? I want something to help me meet that and then move toward the next step. Or if I'm feeling really lethargic, maybe the first piece of music I pull out today isn't the Hallelujah from the Mount of Olives. So maybe it's something really soothing that meets my energy first and gives me choices about how I take the next step. So we can learn to meet the mood through movement, sound, breath, intentional practices that help us to gain resiliency by honoring how we feel right now, according to the energy that we observe. The great thing about these too is that they can be very practical. So over time, potentially you could teach maybe 3 or 4 of these practices to your ensemble. And you could say in the first 5 minutes, you know what, do what feels right for you in this moment. If you need something that meets anxious energy, or if you need something that meets that slower lethargic energy, let's take 5 minutes and just do what you need. Offering that choice, choosing is more important than doing. I think that's such a key, particularly in the work of trauma, and considering that we've all been through collective trauma this year. How can I offer those choices to myself and to the folks that I work with? The other great thing about this, if you do work one-on-one with students, is that it can address mood management and general stress without a lot of discussion. I know as my work as a voice teacher, often students want to come in and talk about things, and I am so honored to hold that space, but sometimes we just don't have time. Sometimes, particularly if you're preparing a jury or you've got something on your mind, how can we have a tool that helps someone move that energy relatively quickly, if possible? And sometimes it's not possible, and that's okay. But how can we have those tools without a lot of discussion? Because sometimes the discussion doesn't move energy. What's interesting about talking is talking doesn't allow your body to know that it's safe. Feeling allows your body to know that it's safe, perhaps over time, or safer. Safe might not be a word that's available to all bodies. But that talking loop can sometimes just dig our anxiety, our ruminating thoughts even deeper. And then in my experience, a resilient nervous system, or a resource, maybe resourced is another good word there, helps to create a more resourced voice. So I'm going to stop this. I think, let's see, is there something here in the chat? Just want to check that. Brilliant. Yeah, thank you so much, Jeffrey, for sure. And again, so much of this is hopefully adaptable to your situation. My hope is that you don't even need to call this yoga. Some of this is sort of more traditional yoga. Actually, most of the stuff we're doing today is not as traditional yoga. I don't often use that word. Sometimes that word itself is not a great word for folks. And so please tweak this. There is no right or wrong with this material. It is kind of using it in your own body first, explore what feels right for you, and then sharing it in any way that feels right for the folks that you work with. So what I thought we would do in our moments here is I want to share 2 practices that meet a lethargic mood. I figured in the morning we might all be in more of that space. So if you're really raring to go, I'm really sorry that we're going to start with this. I had to choose one. And then we'll move toward some practices that can help meet a little bit more of a keyed up space. And if you have any questions or ideas about this, we have such a beautiful small group here. Please unmute yourself and ask. So I'm going to invite you to take your hands. We're going to do the practice first, and then we'll talk about it. We'll take your hands and just rub them together, create a little heat if that feels right for you. You could also do this with one hand as well. You could rub it on your, if one hand was accessible, you could rub it on your thigh just to create a little heat. And then I'm going to invite you to turn your hands palms up. Now I'm holding mine up so you can see, but please feel free to drop yours down if that feels more comfortable on your neck and shoulders. And just taking a few moments to notice what palms up feels like in your body. Perhaps what you're aware of. And then when you're ready, turning your palms to face down. And notice if anything shifts for you in your awareness. And then one more time, palms up. Again, noticing any transition. And it's okay if there is none. Everything is welcome. All sensation is welcome. And one more time, palms down. And then when you're ready, relaxing your hands in your lap, however it feels nice for you. Inhaling to the crown of the head. Exhaling to the sits bones. And bringing our awareness back into the space. So I'm curious, who, either by a show of hands or if you want to just unmute yourself for a second and say, who preferred palms up? Mm-hmm. Great. And palms down? Uh-huh. Does anybody, again, zero pressure. If anybody wants to say why, you're welcome to. I'm going to sip my tea for a second, provide some space.
For me, it was a sense of force. I don't know if it was a gravity thing. Like when I had my palms up, I felt like I had more pressure. Where when I had my palms down, I felt like I was less weighty.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much for sharing.
For me, I'm not sure exactly why, but palms up has a feeling of being able to receive something from outside of myself, and palms down, I just felt more anxious. There were 2 different sides to that, and that's what it was for me.
Yeah, brilliant. I love it. It's so complex.
I had very much the same experience as Chris, that when my palms were up, I just felt really peaceful. And when the palms down, I felt like I had to struggle to maintain that, and I couldn't maintain that peace. It was with my palms up.
Yeah. The struggle to maintain that peace. Yeah, that's really, really brilliant. Thank you so much. Um, you might have thought about it a bit, but in the most general terms, when our palms are up, it mobilizes the body's resourcing for energy. There's sort of this idea that it's connected to that mobilizing version of the sympathetic nervous system. For many people, it opens the heart. It gives a sense of lightness, of energy, almost, some people say it almost like if they were to close their eyes, they almost see a light. It sort of brings this sense of, I love the word receiving that Chris used. For others of us, it's like you feel your shoulders coming up, maybe the tongue is coming up, you sort of feel inundated by anxious thoughts, right? Interestingly, try it later today and see if it changes. That's the beauty of this. There's no right or wrong. It's not that, okay, every time I do this, I feel this way. It's how perhaps how your body is cycling in the moment. Palms down tends to be grounding, tends to activate more of that parasympathetic energy. For some of us, that's awesome. And it just feels like, wow, I feel my feet. I feel like I'm present. I feel kind of my body release. Others of us, this is no go in the moment. It's heavy, it's lethargic, can bring those thoughts of anxiety. This is like sneaky yoga. Yoga for the hands is often called mudra, M-U-D-R-A. If you've ever seen yoga journals, you've often seen people looking very zen with their hands in a particular position. This is called Yana mudra. There are thousands of hand gestures. And we know just think about it a minute. Do you have a gesture that your hands are often in? So I do this a lot. Some of us, so it's interesting, some of us do this when we're thinking some form of this or this. Kind of do this thing. So if we all take our hands like this together with the fingers integrating, anytime the palms are together, this is a gesture of integration. We can think of it sort of like right, left brain, the idea that our brain is talking to itself a little easier. I call this the Disney villain mudra, because it looks like we're plotting something nefarious. I have absolutely used this gesture in a performance mid-song when I thought I was going to forget my words. This gesture is a gesture of focus. It helps to bring it together. The great thing about this, though, is that it's, and I'm going to show you a couple more because I think these are so helpful because they're sneaky and they're practical and they provide choice. So another really wonderful one. So again, Hikini Mudra is a gesture of focus and integration. I think again, like pull it together, Megan. Another really wonderful one for singing is, and I'll tell you the science behind this one in a minute. If we bring the thumbs in to make a 4 and then we wrap our fingers around our thumb. So it's like a little fist with the thumb tucked in and then just sort of drop down into your lap. And just notice how this gesture feels. I'm going to provide a moment of space. So again, this may meet some of our moods really beautifully. It may not meet your mood in this moment, right? This is just exploration. This is called ADI, A-D-I mudra. It can be incredibly grounding. We're doing a couple things. I know I have anxiety and sometimes I keep something in my pocket. If I feel that rising and I grab it, it reminds me I'm here. Well, in this, I'm grabbing my thumb. So I'm holding myself. I think that's a beautiful idea. The other thing about this, babies do this in the womb when they're all tucked in. So it reminds us of that sort of essential quality of feeling held, feeling nurtured for some of us, right? It's also wonderful because you can have your hands at your side and use this gesture. If you're working with a student that, just needs something to do with their hands or just feels a little bit unsteady or could really benefit from a feeling of soothing, this can be a lovely sneaky yoga for the sides. Again, the wonderful thing about hand gestures is that they're very subtle. Palms up, palms down helps us to tune into our energy or which version helps meet our mood best. But we're not doing a huge practice. You could lay in bed in the morning, right, and do this. So it really does meet a mood that is already sort of calm to lethargic. So here's a bit of the science. We have about 17,000 touch receptors in our palms and fingertips. So that is potentially sending all of this wonderful messaging to our brain about our body's many systems. I always feel like I have to teach this one every time I do mudra work. This has nothing to do with singing, but well, could, because it's life-saving potentially. We're gonna bring the pointer finger down, yep, to the kind of the thumb pad if yours reaches, and then we're gonna bring the thumb to the middle and ring finger. Either side is fine too. I'm using my right, and then my pinky just goes up, right? And if we turn it this way, this is called Apanvayu mudra. This mudra has been evidence-based, proven to reduce the risk of heart attack, reduce the risk of dying from a heart attack if you perform this gesture in the middle of a heart attack, right? So I just feel like I have to sneak this one in for life-saving reasons. But there is so many amazing work being done with the hands. Again, I think what's so beautiful is that they're accessible to us. You can do it on either side. You can do it with one hand. There's no right or wrong. Okay. Any thoughts about that before we move on to one more practice? Yes.
Can I ask a question, Megan? So,
Yeah.
is it possible that we might ask our students to do one of these postures while singing a warm up, for example, or would this be like before they?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I feel like there's a whole, we don't have time today, but there's a whole sequence of gestures that are actually related to the vowel system, which is fascinating. So yes, absolutely. I have folks sing with gestures, or I provide those choices for folks on the regular, and they're great for Zoom because, you know, you're sitting there, you know, in this space. And so it's a great way to move energy without taking up a lot of space if that's not available to you. So yeah, exploring that while singing, that can actually be a really fascinating little experiment. You've got like, I don't know, like one half doing one half doing the other, and switching and sort of getting that information about how that lands in folks' bodies. If you're interested in learning more, I want to throw a book out. It's called Mudra by, there's a subtitle and it escapes me, but the authors are LePage, L-E-P-A-G-E, Joseph and Lillian LePage. You know, yoga, I would be remiss if I didn't sort of highlight also that it has been sort of heavily appropriated, particularly in American white spaces. And so I found this book to be just a really beautifully rich and grounded approach to honoring the tradition, the ancient Sanskrit tradition of the practice. And so it's just a beautiful resource for that if you're interested. Okay. So we're going to move on to one more. Oh gosh, the time always escapes. So we'll do one more practice for lethargic mood. Anxious mood is great. We're just going to have a dance party. Spoiler alert. So having the dance party is great for meeting that anxiety. If we think about breathing, right? So sometimes when we're feeling really disconnected, it can feel difficult to access breath, and trying to breathe deeper, as we talked about, may be going against that body's survival mechanism. There's a breath that's become pretty popular these days in yoga circles and certainly a little bit in music circles called alternate nostril breathing. Hands up if that's something you have heard of before your practice. Great. So if this is already in your practice, please practice this the way that feels right for you today. So we're going to actually use a hand gesture. I'm going to give you some options here. So in the traditional practice, we bring the pointer and middle down, and we use the thumb and the tricky ring finger. So what we're going to do with this is bring the right thumb to the right nostril. And then in a moment, we're going to use the ring finger to close the left nostril. I have absolutely used the pointer finger instead. If I'm in a pinch, and I just don't feel like explaining this. Sometimes just thumb to pointer is also a really wonderful way to do that. So you can choose which feels right for you, thumb and pointer or thumb and ring. But don't. So when we bring the thumb to the right side, it's okay if you're feeling a little mucusy today. Just kind of work it out, do what feels right for you. I'm going to invite you to start by receiving breath through this left side, and just notice if it's difficult. You might even notice what the tongue is doing. Is the tongue chilling or just, you know, hanging out? Not hanging out, but hanging out. Or does it want to become involved? Does it want to sort of retract as you receive? That's an interesting observation. And then when you're ready, we'll switch sides. So either with the pointer or the ring, we'll switch sides. And we're investigating each side independently first here. And again, notice which side perhaps feels a little bit easier to receive breath from. There's no right or wrong. And then when you're ready, I'll invite you to inhale right, and then close it off, exhale left. Inhale left. And then exhale right. And at your own pace, keep this pattern going just for a few moments in and out. Again, we're really not focusing much here. You could focus on the lower body if you wanted to, but if I'm feeling particularly lethargic, I'm just noticing my breath moving in and out of my nose, perhaps the coolness of the air, perhaps how that feels sort of moving down, and then the snot as it comes out. And when you're ready, dropping your hand down and receiving through both. I love the word receive. Sometimes I even catch myself saying take. I think receiving breath implies abundance, taking implies scarcity. There is enough air. There is enough breath for me. So you could recheck if you needed to, but who found their right nostril to be a bit easier to breathe from? Mine is open, a little bit more open. And then maybe who found the left? A little bit more easy, yeah. So what's really awesome about this practice, there's so many things awesome about this practice. The first thing, when we isolate the right nostril, okay, we breathe through this side, it activates the sympathetic nervous system. So if your right nostril is most open right now, you're like, okay, I'm here, I'm mobilized, right? Potentially, maybe not, potentially. Again, think about all those blended states that are possible. If we teach, what I love about this practice too, we could teach this practice to our ensemble and just say, let's do a little alternate practice and maybe hang out on the side that feels most beneficial for you, right? If I know I need some energy here, conversely, you guessed it, when we breathe through the left side, it helps to activate the parasympathetic nervous system. Now, you might need to hang out there a little longer if that is not as open, and that's okay. Doing the alternating practice can in and of itself create a little bit of balance and shifting there for our bodies on occasion. And then there are sometimes when this practice just doesn't feel accessible at all. I want to point that out there too. I can't tell you the number of times that I've thought to myself, ooh, I'm going to share this awesome practice with this person. It's going to be great. And like, for whatever reason, it just doesn't land. And I think that's also great information. It's so important to be able to live in the discomfort of, wow, that didn't help. And that's okay, right? A couple other things about nose breathing. When we breathe through the nose, it creates a gas called nitric oxide. It's the only way the body creates nitric oxide. It's created in the paranasal sinuses. Nitric oxide is a miracle worker. It does a couple things. One, it's an antimicrobial. So when not only are our nose hairs warming and filtering the breath, but that gas that's created helps to zap the stuff. I always, like the dust mite commercials where you see those like gnarly things that look like they're from Stranger Things. When we breathe in dust mites through our nose, they die relatively quickly. When we breathe them in through our mouth, they can live in our body for months. So the PSA for nose breathing. It also does a couple of things. It's a vasodilator, so it's going to open. Your bloodstream, going to help that circulatory system. It is a bronchodilator. So when we breathe through the nose, it actually helps us to access a deeper part of the lung than if we were to breathe through the mouth. And so it's helping to, again, stimulate our respiration cycle. And then finally, it is a neurotransmitter regulator. So breathing through the nose, creating that nitric oxide gas helps to reduce anxiety. So just by inviting a practice of breathing through the nose, even if it's not an alternating practice, helps to create that feeling, can help to create feelings of well-being through stimulating that vagus nerve and creating this gas. One other thing, let's try a practice briefly where we put our hand on our heart, if that feels accessible, then you don't have to. just to kind of remind ourselves that we're here. Placing the hand on the body is just a nice representation of exteroception. So I am here in this moment. I feel my hand resting on my heart, particularly if we're feeling a little overwhelmed. I'm going to invite us to breathe in through the nose and then exhale on a hum, any pitch that feels right. And we'll do that 2 times whenever you're ready. When we add a hum, it increases our nitric oxide production by 15%. So here's the thing. You are already providing such amazing resourcing for the folks that you work with by humming, right? It's doing all this fantastic stuff for the body. This is perhaps just a scaffolding of how you could potentially piece together, let's say, a warm-up, where you're providing that level of choice, and then you're able to take that into a warm-up, however it feels right for you. Okay, so I know we only have a few moments left here, so we're going to get to some energy practices. So the first one I'll say, let's go back for a moment to the idea of the armored diaphragm, where again, our diaphragm is in sort of this chronic sympathetic state where it is less than ideally mobile. It doesn't want to help facilitate that sort of idea of deep breath. What can we do? What do we do? If in fact cues like breathe are not helpful. We've probably as performers been on the stage where you're like, yeah, I wish I could breathe, can't breathe. What do we do with that? Movement, and as educators, you probably already have seen this and use these practices in some way already. Movement is one of the best ways to de-armor the body, particularly side to side. We live in a very sort of up and down, the sort of sagittal plane. One of my mentors calls this the get shit done plane, where we're just very like this. And frankly, yoga practices can be very like, okay, I do this, then I stay in alignment, right? And there's absolutely value for that. But I think particularly in Western culture, we have sort of like denormalized side to side, like, and movement that is unexpected, movement that's spontaneous, movement that is not sort of appropriate, whatever that means, right? And so side to side, bilateral movement can really help to de-armor parts of our body. So before we do this practice, again, just a little bit of the science here. When we move bilaterally, or anytime we cross the midline, if we go back to this gesture, it helps the corpus callosum, or the bridge between the right and left hemisphere, to talk, to help help both sides to talk a little bit easier to one another, to be able to facilitate a little bit more communication or integration. The other thing about this practice that we're going to do is we're not focusing on breath particularly. We're focusing on 2 things simultaneously: our body moving through the air, so what's happening outside, and maybe just a little bit of breath moving inside of my nose. That's it. We're not going too far in, okay? We're just seeing what happens as we hold 2 things in our awareness. So I'm going to invite you to start by taking your right hand and kind of moving it back and forth, however that feels right for you. And again, we're focusing on, oh, here's my hand moving through the air, and perhaps breath moving in and out of the nose. And as our tasks get a little bit more challenging, notice if your breath stops. And even if the task is not challenging in your body, simply changing tasks, let's notice. So side to side, and then maybe we change it to the left hand. And again, we're just noticing our breath. And then maybe we do both. If you ever do this with me again, I use the same bad joke every time. It's ictus free conducting. And we're just moving through the universe. I think some of us know conductors that use this on the regular, and that's okay too. Yeah. If we were to make this more challenging, what would it be like to maybe drop a hand down and then get the opposite toe, drawing an inverted figure 8? Also the wonderful sign for neurodiversity. That's a little bit of a challenge, drawing with the toe and drawing with the hand. See what the breath does, perhaps. And then maybe passing it off to the other side. Yeah. And then maybe the hips. I know I'm speeding this up a little bit today just because of time, but hips. I'm sure as a solo singer, you ever have the experience where you just feel like you need to move? That's that body telling you. Body says, I know what you need. You need a chance to get into this space so that those muscles have a chance to come back into a feeling of home, to come back into a feeling of resourcefulness. Let's say though that you are beyond, like this is like not gonna cut it, and you need to move some shit. You need to move that energy. Oh, sorry, sometimes I cuss, I'm sorry. So if we really need to move, let's do it. Shaking. This is becoming a pretty popular practice as well these days, but shaking it off. If you know, like a dog, an animal, my dog after bath time, and it kind of does this, hates bath, shakes it off to release, right? And so many of us in our warm-ups already use this, but I think what's so fascinating is that shaking, if we go back to that armored body, one of the ways that our body resets itself is through neurogenic tremoring. Maybe you've had the experience where you're feeling afraid, or you're just feeling something, maybe you're not sure what you're feeling, and your body starts to do this a little bit. Go with it. Turn on some music if it's possible. Sometimes we're in spaces where it might not be possible. If you're working with a student that you know has intense anxiety, maybe around performing, this could be a wonderful way to literally shake it out. You're helping that body to complete a little bit of the survival cycle before the event that might cause more intensity. The other great thing about shaking is it helps to move lymphatic fluid. Cell waste, right, that gets built up in the body. If you've ever been on an airplane and your ankles swell, right? This helps to move that material. So there's no right or wrong way to do this. If you feel like you need to stand, please do it. I'm just gonna kind of sit here, but I am going to serenade us a little bit. There's no right or wrong way here. It's just like some. All right, so as much as I know you want that dance party to continue today, yeah, truly, not underestimating the power of a great dance party, particularly if you know that your group is just feeling some collective stuff. It can just be a fun way to help that release and then bring the body back into a state of resourcefulness. What a joy it has been to share with you all today. I know we're at time here. I'm so grateful to have been a guest in your space. And again, if you have any ideas or questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. May you be safe. May you be well. May you be at ease. May you be filled with loving kindness. Thank you so much.
Megan, thank you so much for joining us today. That was really a wonderful way to start the day. Got some great ideas for my, I work with choirs, I'm sure we all did. So feel free to stay with us, Megan, and we'll be in touch with you. Well, folks, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we will come back for a session with Arreon Harley-Emerson. Arreon, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm ready to go.
Hey.
Whenever you are.
Well, we'll start at 9:25. It's great to see you.
Good to see you. I have both computers here because I'm going to pop back to the piano behind me and just.
Oh, very good. So, do you have the sharing permissions you need, or do you need them on both?
Let me make sure that I can. I only need it on one, actually.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to make you co-host on both. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
To do this.
All right. We'll see you. All right, well, friends, we are back and looking forward to hearing from Arreon Harley-Emerson, who is the director of the Choir School of Delaware and works on the National Diversity Committee for ACDA, and probably other things I've forgotten to mention.
Oh, that's a good summation.
Good. Yes. And so we're going to turn it over to you and learn more about inclusive teaching practices from you, Arreon. So welcome.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm just going to get ready and I'm going to share my screen here and then we're going to get into things. So thank you guys for having me. Let me just make sure I've got everything up here. Great. So today we're going to talk specifically about music of Black composers. And I just want to make sure that everybody off the bat knows who Marcus is. Marcus Garrett, he's wonderful. If you haven't heard his name by now, hopefully this will kind of be a good introduction to you with some of his work. What he's really done is brought to the forefront this term of non-idiomatic music of Black composers. So you've got idiomatic, gospel, jazz, hip hop, blues, R&B, spirituals, those sorts of things. And non-idiomatic, which is basically music inspired by the Western canon. So in this more kind of Eurocentric kind of domain and all of that. So I just wanted to make sure that you did know that little bit. But before we get started in all of that, one of the things that I do want to do, and let's see if we can refresh here and see. Great. Today is May Day. So today is the first day of May. And so I am obsessed with May Day. What we're going to do is something that is completely not related to the choral music of Black composers, but I feel so compelled to do this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop sharing my screen for a second, and I'm going to put in the chat something for you. We're going to do some singing together this morning, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about this piece, and hopefully that will happen. Okay, now this does not want to drag into the chat, so I might just share my screen. Just one moment. Great. So I've put a file for you inside of the the chat, and I'll also share my screen with this as well, just in case some folks are having issues with downloading it. So we'll do it in multiple places, not a problem. So this is the May Day Carol. This has nothing to do with choral music of Black composers at all, but I just felt compelled to do this, and I will tell you why. So I grew up in Baltimore City. I was in the first, I guess, kind of group of really outreach from the Peabody Conservatory when they were really diversifying their kind of program, which is now their In-Tune program. And the children's course is run by a woman named Doreen Falvey. And so I sang with Doreen from age 7 through 18, and it was just one of the most incredible experiences of my entire life. I loved it, loved it, loved it. And I owe so much of who I am today to that program. And she is from Scotland. And so in the UK and in England, there is this May Day Carol. And so we would sing it every single May Day, but I did this past week with my students, and with one group that I didn't see last week, I will do it on Monday. And so I figured this morning, just to kind of get us started in singing, we would sing the May Day Carol. So I'm just going to leave my screen up here. We're not going to do all these verses. We're going to do just verse 1, verse 5, 2, and 6. So we're going to do verse 1, 2, and 6. We're going to skip the other ones because we don't have time to do everything today. So I'm going to just flip behind me to my computer behind me so that I can get to the piano. But hopefully everybody can see that. So let me just turn around. So you have the music for the May Day Carol. Just as a reminder, we're going to do just the couple of verses. So that we're going to do verse 1, and we're going to do verse 2, and we're going to do verse 6. All right, so here we go. I've been wandering all this night, and the best part of the day. But when I come back home again, I will bring you a branch of May. Branch of May, I bring you here, and at your door I stand. It's nothing but a sprout, but it's well laid out by the work of God's own hand. My song is done, I must be gone, no longer can I stay. God bless you all, both great and small, and sing you a joyful May. So I just thought that was beautiful and thought we could start off our time with that today. We're going to jump in and do some other things now. So I'm just going to flip back around. So I just find that song so soothing and wonderful and lovely. And it's just, I just love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. So we're going to get ready and we're going to jump in. So today is going to be somewhat of a reading session, but please know that you can, totally stop at any moment to ask any questions. Nothing is off limits. I think it's really important that we do ask questions. I think this time where we are working toward racial justice and to be more inclusive is really important. Though I do know that sometimes we can also be scared. We can be scared to do something wrong. We can be scared to make choices. And so that's something that we also want to break down. So what we can do to make sure that we aren't tentative is to really educate ourselves in this great body of repertoire and to ask questions. So I am happy to answer questions for you. No question is off limits today. And just do know that I sincerely mean that. So we're going to jump in. Let me just share my screen again, and then we're going to get moving in all of this. Yes. So, great, we can see. So what we're going to do first is we're going to look at a couple of pieces in this session, and we're going to talk about how you might also roll this out. I'm starting with Dr. Dilworth just because he is from here in PA with all of us, right? So everybody here knows Dr. Dilworth, I hope, or knows, have heard that name before. But the reason why I call it the session Ain't Gonna Let Nobody Turn Me Around is because there is a lot of, for so long, spirituals were being done and were perhaps not being done in the most informed way. And so now there is also a pendulum that I see swinging where a lot of folks are only doing non-idiomatic music, right? And so I'm like, no, you don't have to do only non-idiomatic music. That's not the point. The point is that we do both, and that we do both with veracity and scholarship. And so I thought, I just love this piece. I love the message of this piece. I love the history of this piece. So one of the things that I love to talk about with this is talking about Ain't Gonna Let Nobody Turn Me Around, starting off as a spiritual. Though it was a spiritual, this kind of is a cross. It's a hybrid piece because it's also a protest song, what we would call a freedom song from the civil rights movement, all right? So a lot of times there are pieces from the civil rights era that some people think are spirituals, like We Shall Overcome. That's not a spiritual, right? This piece, however, is a spiritual and was used and really transformed into a freedom song. So what is great about a piece like this is it's a great teaching opportunity for you to be able to teach your singers about these different styles, to be able to differentiate the spiritual from the gospel music, which when we talk about what is that difference, it means that it was originally written for the church for a religious function on religious text and is of a certain style that is beyond that of the spiritual. Thinking about Thomas Whitfield and beyond. And then we talk about freedom songs. So those were songs that often, not always, often had a religious text, but were used for the purpose of social change, right? They were used for a particular purpose. And so those pieces have a little bit of a different character to them than the spiritual and then just what you would hear in gospel music. This is a great example of that hybrid, all right? It is a spiritual that was used as a freedom song. I think it's great. It's wonderful. This Dilworth piece is not done as often as some of the other Dilworth pieces as well, which is why I wanted to make sure that we went through it today. We're not going to listen through the whole thing, but I am going to skip through a couple of sections so that we can point out a couple of kind of pieces of this song here and how you might approach teaching this to a group of singers. Here we go. Great, we've heard the melody, right? So I'm stopping this piece here for a particular purpose. So we would teach everybody this melody. We would say, oftentimes in a gospel piece or a gospel inspired piece, all right, in this style, everyone's going to start off unison. Very common, right? And then we're going to repeat again, and this time it's going to be harmonized, right? We want people to understand the form of this piece. If we were doing talking about sonata form, we would be talking about, you know, the introduction. We would talk about the first thing. We'll talk about the development. We would be talking about all of these sorts of things. So we should do the same thing in a piece like this as well, right? So that was the introduction, and now we're going to be going into a development section, or what we would call as a variation on that theme, right? Here we go. Is when we're going to talk about the composer, you know, who might do something different and talk about an arrangement of a piece or a composer's particular style. One thing about Dr. Dilworth is that he often includes his own original text and our own original statement that gets put inside of these. So what you're going to hear now is something that is different from the original freedom song, but it is the same way, it serves the same function as a Greek chorus that might be commenting on the action of what's happening, right? So now we're able to kind of pull in all of these different pieces so that we can really break this down and then teach our singers, look, something different is happening. Listen to the different character in this section, right? This contrasting B section. Listen to this different contour, different melody, and look at the difference in the text.
There are words like freedom, sweet and wonderful to say. On my heartstrings freedom sings, all day, every day. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around.
And then we can talk about, you know, oh, okay, return to the chorus, right? So now we've actually educated our singers about the piece, and we just didn't throw in a piece because we needed a piece by a composer of color. We've actually begun to break down why it is a piece of musical merit. If we're not doing that, then we shouldn't be doing the piece, right? So it's really, really important that we kind of break it down in this way, and it's going to help your singers understand the kind of contrast that they need to do, all right? And it's going to also inform your performance practice. I know this is the J.W. Pepper like model choir, but if I were doing this with my choir, I would be doing things that were a little more earthy, a little more performance practice, and ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. And in that middle section, it would be nice and legato, right? And so that we are creating those two different kinds of soundscapes. Now I'm going to jump to a different part of this piece at the end here, and then we're going to talk about it. So what did we just hear now with that layering in? Does anybody know the term of what that's called? So really, really important term. Really important term. Let's see if anyone has it in the special. Good. Yeah, Joe, it's the shout chorus, right? Awesome, right? So that is exactly what this is called. It's called a shout chorus. A shout chorus is a moment in a piece where we have these fragments of melody that are layered on top of each other. They all have an independent melody that work. And usually there are some that have more of a rhythmic focus and some that have more of a melodic focus to them, but they kind of just layer in at the end of the piece. We call it a shout chorus. Why do we call it a shout chorus? It's because that's the moment in the church when everyone is shouting and praising and all that great stuff. And because when it was taught, it would have been taught in this oral tradition where it would have been, okay, you're gonna sing this part, great, keep it up, next group, great, you're gonna sing this part, and layer it in, right? And so that's why we call it a shout chorus. So with your students, you would say, oh, this is a shout chorus. What we would all do is we would all sing each of those fragments all on, all together, and then we would kind of layer in the shout chorus. So that is one way you would talk about it. You would talk about the reason for that. You would talk about, I might even start teaching that section without the score, right? Just start teaching it by rote, that section, be like, great, great, wonderful, boom. And that's how we would approach that. And we would teach that history to our students so that they understand that. And then we would bring it home here. This little last part here is a nice little codetta that Raleigh uses to kind of end all of this. So just take a listen.
Turn me round, ain't gonna let nobody turn me. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, keep on singing, keep on shouting, keep on marching up to freedom.
this piece. It's not done as much. I wish more people did this one. I think there's just so much to teach in this piece. You've got this codetta, and then in the end of this codetta, what we're going to talk about is sequencing. Now, this is where we get the part of the spiritual. So in the spiritual, we have this kind of listing sort of a thing that happens. We might say, oh, let me tell you about the first chapter of this Bible and the second chapter and this. And then when I get my robe, I'm going to put on my shoes, my robe, my blah, 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 right? Listing. And right, and they're all in different verses. And then at the end of these spirituals, we want to remind everybody of the whole journey, right? And so when we come to end these pieces, we're going to list it out. We're going to be like, don't forget about the first thing. Don't forget about that second thing. Don't forget about the third thing, fourth thing, fifth thing, sixth thing. We're going to list them all there and we're out. Right? And it's just this great opportunity, great drop the mic moment. And it's really great to be able to bring in all of this history, bring in all of this. What we talked about now is form. And so that's what I love so much about doing a lot of these kinds of pieces. So this is how I would approach teaching a piece. When we talk about how we can talk about the scholarship of a work, this is one of the ways that we can do it and kind of break it down so that there's overall more understanding of what's happening. All right, moving on. So another piece that, or composer, good, Reggie. So if you don't know Reggie Wright, you need to go and run to his website today. Today is the day. Reggie is brilliant. Middle school teacher down in Texas doing the thing. This is his 20th year. He's very sought after in his area. He does music for both developing and really established choirs. So what I'm going to do now is talk about this one piece that I love of his called A Medieval Fa La La. I am actually going to be doing a session later this summer all on holiday music, like winter and holiday music by Black and Brown composers. And this is one of the pieces that I'll be doing because I recently saw I can't be diverse on holiday programs. There's just not enough out there. And I was like, are you kidding me? So there's plenty of stuff out there. This is one of them. I have done this piece a lot. I like it because it's flexible. As you're gonna see today, all of the pieces that I am presenting, the vast majority are going to be pretty accessible. And you can do them at a variety of different levels. The Dilworth comes in SATB, it comes in SSA, it comes in just 3-part. This one here comes in an SSA 2-part, and SATB as well. I love that they've got some handbell parts, so it's a great way to engage students who you might need something different to do. You can use hand chimes. If you have great students with great ears, having them sing it on an ah. I've had my choir sing this on the ba. Putting in the V for the voice consonant helps really keep it in tune, keep it nice and bright. And they can replace those handbells. And I personally like doing that more so than the handbells because it's just really cool. Then you've got a hand drum part. We're big into MLT, music learning theory, so we use a lot of Gordon's rhythm syllables when doing this piece. This is a perfect piece to do that. Just even with that opening, like do they do do they do do they do do, right? So it's just a really great piece to break down in many ways. But I just am going to put a little bit of this with you, for you, and I hope you fall in love with it because I think it's just a perfect teaching piece for a developing choir or even a more advanced choir that's looking to do something a little bit different.
With boughs of holly, fa la 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 la, fa la 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 la. 'Tis the season to be jolly, fa la 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 la. Don we now our bright apparel, fa la 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 la. Through the ancient Yuletide carol, fa la 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 la.
So you can see, really great piece. So when you introduce this, right, I just love, you can start talking about modes with your kids. You can start talking, using MLT. This is great if you've never used Gordon syllables and you're like, oh my God, I used Takadumi syllables, or I used a different system, you know, when I was growing up. This is the perfect foray into MLT. Your kids will get it right away. They will get the duta datas. They will get the data rhythms. It will make sense to them. And then you can talk about what is different than the normal deck the halls. Have your students talking back to you, have them talking about all of it. It's great, it's brilliant. I think it's just, there's so much to do there. And you can talk about ostinati, you can talk about all of these different parts. And then I actually, when I approach teaching this piece, I don't even start with the deck the halls. I go, fa la la, fa la la, fa la 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 la, fa la la, fa la la, fa la 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 la. Right? And then that's where we start. And then we start subdividing that. Right? So it's just a really great way to help bring a lot of concepts together. Reggie Wright, if you don't know him, run to his website quick, with haste. All right. Another composer, because you know what I hear here, Arreon, you know, there's nothing really by Black composers that's easy for my developing choir for elementary students. And I'm like, no, there's plenty out there. All right, there's plenty out there. Patsy Ford Sims. If you don't know Patsy, look her up. Tons of stuff for developing choirs. That's pretty much what her thing is. She was a middle school teacher. She had issues with finding repertoire, so she began rearranging tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of stuff. And then she really began a really rich career in composing. Here is a piece that I love, Musica Vuma. And so what I love is kind of bringing in different cultures, bringing in some different rhythms, and kind of talking about this kind of call and response and these kinds of different themes that we can credit to continental Africa, right? And we can talk about this idea of A section, B sections, call and response, question, answer, you know, consequence, antecedent phrases, all of those sorts of things that we can talk about when I'm doing this piece. I'm not going to go through all of this, but just so you can see what this is like. So that's that piece, right? And then later there's a call and response section. You can talk about that, how that call and response section works. And then it comes back to that beginning. I'm going to keep moving on. Great. Samuel Coleridge Taylor. I'm obsessed with Samuel Coleridge Taylor. I have been for a long time. What I love about Samuel Coleridge Taylor is just this story. It's just unbelievable. Having a mother who was from England and a father who was a doctor and was a Creole from Sierra Leone. That's unusual, you know, from back in the day. That's kind of crazy. And to think that his father also was a direct descendant of slaves here in the United States. That's pretty crazy. You know, one of the other things that I love about Coleridge Taylor is that he studied with Stanford. And you can absolutely hear all of these Anglican pieces, like you can hear that cathedral choir sound, that really English cathedral sound in Samuel Coleridge Taylor's work. It is just amazing. What I think is so sad is that he died at the age of 37. I'm like, can you imagine? Like, what would have happened if we would have had more time? It's just crazy. But everybody should do Coleridge Taylor. The piece that I love most is The Lee Shore. It is brilliant. It is wonderful. I am going to play this for you. This is a piece that looks really complicated or somewhat complicated or advanced, whatever you might want to say, but it is really not. If you can break it down into sections, it just looks scary on the page, but it's actually a pretty easy sing. My older kids who are in the high school group did a pretty good job of reading through on day one, just straight from measure one, all the way through to the end. So brilliant piece. This is the Lee Shore.
Sleet and hail and thunder, sleet and hail and thunder, and ye winds and waves that rave till the sun, till the sun wave, the sun wave. Winds that like a demon howling horrid note round the toiling seaman in his tossing boat. From his humble dwelling on the shingly shore, where the billow swelling keeps the hollow roar. Sleet and hail and thunder, sleet and hail and thunder, sleet and hail and thunder. From that weeping woman, seeking succor, Christ from the starry skies, from the urchin pining for his father's need, from the land to strive his out to sea. Let broad leaves dissever him from yonder fall. O God, to think that ever comes to me so. Too near is home, too near to his home.
There's just so much. It's just so brilliant. The piece is so brilliant. And what I love is how he deals with the text. We can talk about epic poetry. We can talk about how a composer makes decisions on how to lay out a text from stanzas, noticing that the sections that he does here are different from the original setting. Why is that? Talking about the shapes that are going in there, talking about word painting, sleet and hail and thunder, sleet and hail and thunder, and you winds that rave, you winds that rave, right? And talking about the winds being triplets, right? There's just so many brilliant things in this piece of music, right? All right, and I love this middle section that from his bones, right? And talking about that really lovely, just gorgeous sound and how to make that. And it just comes straight out of the cathedral tradition, straight out of the cathedral tradition, right? It sounds like it could be, minus the secular text, it could be a Magnificat for all we know, right? And so it's just so wonderful, so gorgeous. Everybody should sing it. B.E. Boykin, I hope you've heard this name by now. Brilliant. is director of choral activities at Spelman. She's doing a lot of great things, writer of art song. She, Clavia Press is her company, and she publishes through there. One of the pieces that you might want to explore is John 3:16. This piece is a great SATB entry piece. It ain't hard. A lot of people are intimidated by just thinking about because some of the harmonies that are in there. But let me tell you, the voice leading is brilliant. Because the voice leading is excellent, it makes it an easy sing. All right. So even though there is some dissonance, some gentle dissonance that's going on, this is a piece that I would say most medium to advanced choirs can probably get put together in a rehearsal, in a single rehearsal. All right, so the voice leading of this, you'll see it makes a lot of sense, and then there's a lot of repetition that happens in it. So gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous piece. Isn't that stunning? Isn't that just a stunning piece of music? Unbelievable. I absolutely love it. One of the things about that piece that I like is that it comes together pretty easily because of the voice leading. As you can see, there are very few jumps. Almost everything is stepwise outside of the melody. And I also like that it's a very limited range. It doesn't go to the top of the staff, doesn't go to the very bottom of the staff, which is really great for church choirs, right? And community choirs where you might have aging singers. So if you're looking for something like, oh, I want some of that kind of crunchy, dissonant kind of sound with my choir, but these voices are aging and like, how can I find something that's short, approachable, and it's going to sound great? This is a great one because you're not in the extremes anywhere where you're having to, have folks above the staff. It's going to be very comfortable for everybody. So that's one of the reasons I love that piece so much. Now, this piece is called Sing Out My Soul, a piece by Marcus. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a perusal of this into the chat for us. So this is all on Beckenhorst Press if you're looking to get back to any of these sorts of things, but just give me a moment here. I love this piece very much. It was commissioned for the Eastern Division conference in 2020. All right. So there you are. So there's a PDF now in the chat of the perusal. Again, if you're looking for it, you can go to Beck and Horst Press and get this piece. This perusal is also on the Beck and Horst Press website for download if you're looking for it later. But this is just an absolutely brilliant performance here of it. This is one of my all-time, now one of my all-time favorite pieces. What I love about this piece is that it brings in so many different styles. You're going to hear a little bit, particularly like almost like a Broadway kind of style and at times that are going on. Then you're going to hear like a gospel-y style at times. And so really being able to break down those different pieces, it makes a lot of sense. And then when you start to know who the composer is, right, and you start talking about Marcus as a person and what his life's work is, it begins to make a lot of sense why this piece has so many different kind of qualities and sounds within it. So this is Sing Out My Soul, and I hope you really enjoy this, and I hope that you also get it and sing with your partners. And that's Dan Forrest to come, because he's good.
Sing out, sing out, sing out, sing out.
An amazing piece, right? All of these different sort of sections, right? And then there's a little shop course that comes out at the end too. And so you can talk about that whole idea of the shop course that comes in at the end. And then you can talk about this kind of, this right? And so some of those kind of like very typical kind of gospel-y kind of rhythms that that you would kind of find, and then these kind of beautiful middle sections. So definitely check it out. A newer piece of music. It's really, 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 really wonderful. I just think it's great. I also love the kind of hemiola feels that happen to it. And like, even though it's like in 4/4 time, yada dee ba be yada dee yada dee da dee ba, right? And so at times it's obscuring really the bar line, obscuring what it feels like might be the meter as well. So a lot of great, brilliant things going on in that piece, and also very accessible as well. So another piece that you can check out as well. This is my setting of I've been in the storm so long. And this is a setting of similar to Rollo's work. There is the normal spiritual melody, and then there's a new part of text that is basically says, I'm so tired, Lord. My feet are weary and my soul is too. I need your strength, Lord, to carry through. Won't let my soul become another victim too. So what it really does talk about is this kind of resiliency and this kind of idea of, even though there are these crazy things that happen in life, and that there is this struggle for racial justice, that what is one part that we should also talk about is the resiliency, I think, particularly of Black Americans, and also really, acknowledging this idea of being bent but not broken. And I think that's like a very powerful kind of concept that we also should be speaking to in our work.
Give me time to pray, give me time to pray, give me time to pray, time to pray. Give me time to pray, give me time to pray, give me time to pray, time to pray. Give me time to pray, give me time to pray, give me time to pray, time to pray. Give us time to pray, time to pray. Give me time to pray, give me time to pray, give me time to pray, time to pray. Give me time to pray, give me time to pray, give me time to pray, time to pray. Give me time to pray, give me time to pray, give me time to pray, time to pray. Give us time to pray, time to pray. I've been in the storm so long. I've been in the storm so long. Children, I've been in the storm so long. Oh, give me this time to pray. Oh, I'm so tired, Lord. My feet are weary and my soul is too. I need your strength, Lord, to carry through. Can't let my soul become another victim's too. I've been in the storm so long. I've been in the storm so long. Children, I've been in the. Oh, sorry. You guys can check out the rest of it in just a little bit. But, and you can check out the choir school. Recently did a recording of that piece as well. So just a couple quick names for you to check out. Make sure you check out Zenaida Robles. She's out on the West Coast. She's doing some really great work. And you can check out her body of work. It's just fantastic. Other folks that you might want to check out, Ulysses K. Ulysses K is wonderful. He's got a fantastic body of work. He did a lot of instrumental things as well, instrumental music and choral orchestral works, a lot of brilliant stuff there. He has a great piece called Oh Praise the Lord that Marcus and his group did recently. Florence Price
another great composer for you to check out. She's got tons and tons of things that you can get your hands on, and more is coming out every day, particularly through Hildegard Publishing. Hildegard Publishing, they publish the work of women, and so Ellie Armsby is really spearheading that. Adolphus Hailstork, really a lot of great stuff there. Most of it is fairly advanced, a lot of choral orchestral work as well. Be on the lookout for, I think late this year or early next year is going to be the premiere of A Knee on the Neck. He was commissioned by the NEA to write a requiem for George Floyd. So that's also pretty interesting as well. And then of course, Moses Hogan as well. Another great, fantastic composer who we're all familiar with. And come on, let's go to the next one. Stacy Gibbs, make sure you have, him on your list. And then Undine Smith Moore, she is the dean. I would say I absolutely love Undine Smith Moore. Her setting of We Shall Walk Through the Valley in Peace, I think is just one of the most incredible pieces that I've ever done. And I like to do it, every year just because it is so fantastic and so wonderful. So there's no shortage of music that you can certainly pull from, and approaching this music in a really thoughtful way, kind of the way that we looked at some pieces at the beginning, thinking about the form of the piece, thinking about how it was set, thinking about the coordination between text and music and the relationship between text and music, I think is really important as well in doing this work. And that there is no one place to find this repertoire. There is no one master list, so you have to do a little bit of digging, but there are a lot of great resources out there, from Marcus's website to the Institute for Composer Diversity online has a lot of great stuff as well. And then there are just a wealth of reading sessions that you can find with a lot of good stuff. So thank you so much.
Arreon, thank you. This has been so interesting and informative and fun, so much fun. I love your energy. It's been amazing. So everyone, thank you. We're going to take a break now and we'll meet up with Deanna at 10:30. Deanna, I'm going to just make you a co-host now.
Okay.
How are you today?
Such a wonderful session.
Oh, thank you. I'm so excited to see your session. I'm so excited. Yes, I've been meaning to email you. I'm going to email you. I'm doing Illinois ACDA, which is in person this year, and I'm hoping to do one of your pieces. So I'm going to.
Okay, great. No, and we need to get together. We are so close.
I know. It's so close. And then hopefully, are you doing any of the regional things with Eastern region? Are you?
Yes, I'm submitting. Oh yes.
Yeah. So I'll be able to. I'll see you then. That's like.
Yes, of course. Yes.
A couple weeks. It's crazy. Yeah. It's crazy. How's everything at Towson? Are you guys?
Yes, it's frustrating with the hybrid thing, but we've managed to do some interesting things,
Good. I heard one of your choirs.
Huh?
I saw a video of one of your choirs, Trouble. It was like a trouble ensemble.
Did you see that with my women's chorus? We did the Alicia Lee.
Yeah.
Her piece, say her name, and she came. She talked to. She's amazing.
She's great.
So, and she's our neighbor. So.
Yeah, she's really your neighbor.
I know, but before she becomes more, I was like, before you become more famous, would you mind stopping her? Because she's gonna be amazing.
Yeah, it sounded great. Everything that I was listening to was like, it sounded so great, and I was like, wow, my goodness. When is your semester over?
That's a great question. Next week is the last week of class.
Mm-hmm.
Then we find, and then I'll be done, because tomorrow I'm going to have like a kind of an informal performance with my choirs. We're going to meet, we're going to spread around the auditorium and just sing what we've learned hybridly, and that's how it goes.
Good luck. We're pushing through, and we've got until mid-June, which seems like so much time. I'm like 6 more weeks.
No. Time flies.
It is. Are you guys, what's your plan? Are you guys back in person in the fall?
That's what they're saying, but you know that you never know because they say things and then you never know.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully things will start getting better. Or they're going to ask students they're going to require them to be vaccinated.
That's good.
That may make a difference. Yeah.
I think that's really good. And the other thing is, it's like I saw that the CDC is saying that vaccinated folks can mask sing in person, you know, choirs indoors.
Yes. I mean, that would
great.
be amazing.
Yeah. I'm like, even if I have to wear a mask, I'll just be so happy.
I'm happy. I don't care. I bought like a color masks for my women chorus, like bright color.
Absolutely. Yeah. We had a little small group at the choir school do, we did an outdoor concert, which was very, very short and was kind of like, it was just so strange because singing outdoors is strange. But we learned all of the music on Zoom and then we just kind of showed up and sung this concert, which was an outdoor concert.
That's what we're doing too.
And I was like, ah! So it was very unsettling.
I just told them, listen, we're doing this for us. This is for fun, you know, there's no audience. We're going to do it. We are going to share it on Zoom, but I don't think many people are going to see that. It's for us. They deserve to be together at least once.
Yes. Yeah. It was so nice to see. It wasn't everybody because we still had some folks who weren't comfortable, but it was just amazing to like see all of that together. And then
we love it.
Yeah. We had a group of adults who sung on Wednesday. We recorded a concert and it was like an indoor person. It was 8 people, very small, but like it was with string quartet and just to be like singing.
They were so happy, I bet.
I was so happy. I was like, and it was a beautiful acoustic and I was like, God, like it had been just so long. I was just like, I can't wait. I just can't wait.
It's been cruel.
Yeah, it's been tough. But it's all good.
Anyway.
It's all good.
Oh, we have time. This is going to be an intense morning for these teachers because a lot of information. So, okay, I'm gonna, you gave me so many ideas. I love that, what was it? The medieval falala.
Yeah, right?
I'm gonna do that with my women's chorus next semester.
It's so much fun.
Because we can play drums. We are a small group. We can do so many things with that.
I love it. And the hand chimes and like there's so many things you can do with it. It's just, and it just has like a great sound to it. And it just, I don't know. It's one of the things that I've been like, yes.
Definitely, yeah.
Well, as a church musician, I appreciate you using hand chimes and handbells.
Yeah.
Incorporating that in. I wish more school districts would use that. They're such an accessible instrument to those learning how to read music and play music.
It's also really good for like tuning. We also do mindfulness as well with hand chimes. And we start off with that, and we start off with fifths, and then we go into fourths, and we like have this like exercise that we do with the kids all the time. And it's like having them have something kinesthetic to do with hand chimes or hand bells. And I think I have not researched this. This is one of like the things I would love to do, but I think it has something to do with also feeling the vibration in the hands that I think really is really helpful for developing singers.
There's the overtone element too, because you have more than one tone in that when you ring.
Yeah, good point.
Is that your song, that Give Me Time to Pray? I want to do that next
The choir school recorded it this past year, and let me tell you, this girl, I will send you a recording of this girl. She sings this, that what you heard today was not that recording, but she's a sophomore. She sang the pants off that solo. I was like, oh my God, it was just.
It's very poignant. It's very, oh my God.
So good. I was
So is it published? Can I get it or not?
yeah, it's on the Equity Sings website. So I'll send you a link.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on the so it's on my website and you can get
Okay,
it there.
okay.
So I'll send you a perusal.
That would be super great for my they love it, my chorale. Mhm.
So in Illinois, the piece, what was I going to do? I was going to do Yemaya.
Ah, yeah, my yes. That's an Afro. That's a Santeria chant. You know, Santeria like.
I saw that in the notes and I was like, it's so cool. It's a new piece to me.
Yeah, and feel free to. You know, I'm not a. I wish I had known more about editing and stuff before because they just took it. Oh, we'll do it, and because I would add now more crescendos and decrescendos. But if you want to do it, we can talk about it.
Yeah.
And you can make it more nasal too. You know, like yeah, Jesus. It doesn't have to be pretty. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to.
I just love it. I was just like, this is so great.
Is so gorgeous. You know. I
love it. And the other thing that, you know, this is in like an inclusive repertoire sort of a thing. Yeah. And so to kind of give people a sense of what they can do, but I think people will really enjoy it. And I cannot wait. I was planning on doing it in 2020, but of course that got canceled after COVID. So I've never actually gotten a chance to do it in person, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm excited.
And feel free to there's like a percussion section in the middle, you know. If you feel like doing that for much longer, go ahead. You know, sometimes you write these things, yeah. It's like kind of, you know. Yeah.
Deanna, I'm so glad we didn't have any Zoom problems this time.
Yeah, oh my God. Didn't you notice that I connected very early today just to make sure?
That was totally my fault last time. I was remembering that and thinking, oh my goodness, how did that happen? It was all my fault.
No, it wasn't your fault.
Sorry.
We would have never imagined I was going to be. Plus, Puerto Rico is not supposed to be like, it's, you know, right. That's why we have this identity crisis. For some things, we're international. For other things, we are, you know, part of the United States. So it's like, make up your mind.
That's terrible. Well, we thought maybe when we planned this back in February that May 1st would be the most exciting day, May Day, to have an event like this. But I think now it's a very busy time for everybody. End of semester.
So it has been the most busy week for me in the whole semester.
Oh,
ask me why. It's
I know, and it's challenging. But I love having inspiration too, you know.
Yeah, no, it's a great idea. The other thing, and it's a beautiful day outside, at least here.
Yes, here
so
too.
Probably are walking.
Gardening, a lot of gardening going on.
Gardening, yeah.
Well, we'll just give it one more minute here and then we'll get started. And I'm so glad you're back with us. We all just got a taste of what you you know, just a short time with you last time. So All right, well, everyone, we are back and welcoming Deanna. Deanna, I want to say it right, Deanna.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
Deanna Saez with us today, who was with us for January Jumpstart in January and gave us an amazing taste of her work with Latin American choral music. And we talked about the African diaspora, which was so interesting to learn about some of the sources of this repertoire. So we turn it over to you, Deanna. We're so excited to learn from you and sing with you this morning.
Thank you. Thank you. So this morning will be a little bit different. This morning, I'm planning to take you on a journey, on a musical journey around Latin America, which is what we did the last time, but now with a different, right, emphasis. So every time I do these things, I like to ask, there you go. Okay. So every time I do these presentations, I like to start by asking, what words come to mind when you think about Latin American music? So if you don't mind going to the chat and sharing what words come to mind. How do you describe it? Oh, that was fast. Challenging, but really fun rhythms. Mm-hmm. Yes, a lot of polyrhythms. That's wonderful. So today, in a way, my presentation will have a parallel to what Arreon was presenting to us, because it will be a mixture of folk, and this is what we'll do today. So I want you to get an idea of what Latin America really is, because when we talk about Latin America, we think we cannot talk about Latin American music, really. We can talk about Argentinian music or Peruvian music, Puerto Rican music. And I like to think of Latin America as different. When I talk about music, I think of it as regions. The region of the Spanish Caribbean, they have more things in common, even though they are still different. Or the region of the Pampas in Argentina, they have their own music. The region of the plains in Colombia and Venezuela. That's a good way to think about Latin America. So our music is the product of many, many cultures, and the interaction, the encounter between these cultures, what came out of these interactions, mainly Native American, European, mostly Spanish, right? And African American. And I'll take you in this journey. I will cover a little bit so you know the areas that we as choral conductors, we should know about. Colonial music. We'll talk about non-idiomatic composers too, now that we are using this term so much. And then I'll go a little bit more into folk music. So I love to use this term. A friend of mine introduced me to this term, transculturation, that was developed by this Cuban musicologist, Fernando Ortiz. And I like this concept because when we think about, and this has a lot to do with colonialism, we tend to think, oh, the Europeans came and they imposed all these things. Yes, they imposed, but we also collaborated. The people that were here, they had a culture and they also influenced them. And then the Africans came, and of course they were oppressed, but they also mixed, they also collaborated in this process. So it's a better way to look at music that is not as, I don't know, in terms of, it's more an encounter than an imposition. I don't know, we are both part of the process. I hope that makes sense. I think, so it's the culture acquires or adapts elements of others, and new cultural elements are created. That's exactly what happens in Latin American music. So let me start. When the Spaniards arrived to the Americas, they encountered a culture that was very advanced, the Aztecs, where music and poetry was in their society very, very valued. That name, that's a Nahuatl word, is Cuicatl, and it means song and poetry. So it was so important that they had a word for it. And they were privileged people in this society. So you can imagine that by the time the Spaniards came, it was much easier to, they wanted to convert them into Catholicism. So using music obviously was a very, very, a good way to do it, right? To impose their culture, to influence them. And very quickly, the natives were learning the ways of the Europeans, right? The Europeans, they needed to fill the churches. They needed people to sing in the choirs. They needed to make more musical instruments. So they started training the natives very quickly. And this piece that I'm going to play for you is one of these first examples that we find in the Americas of a choral piece by Don Hernan Franco. You know, these things we cannot prove 100%, but we think, or the musicologists think, that Don Hernan, by the way it was written, was a native, was already someone who was native descent, born in Mexico, right? And I'm going to play a little bit for you. Usually these songs are very short, and they're published. And so on. So could I ask you, how does that sound to you? How would you describe that music? Does it sound like something you've sang before? What style? If you could share with us, you could write it on the chat. Right, it sounds Renaissance, exactly. Even medieval, right? Like very early Renaissance, very simple. Yes, like madrigals, exactly. So you can tell that this is someone who had been born in Mexico, Native American, and he was already writing on the style of the Europeans. What is important about this, and here we see some transculturation, is that he's writing this sacred piece, because we know it's sacred because it's dedicated to the Virgin, to in his language. So there's another example of this. You may be more familiar with this one. This is Hanak Pachap. And the value of this piece, and the reason why we should all know this piece, is because it was the first ever published a piece of music. They say that they always describe it as the first polyphonic piece of music. So I think what they mean by that is more than one voice. Because they always, if you look on the books, they always say the first polyphonic piece of music that was published in the whole continent was this piece. And it was published in Cusco, in Peru, in 1631. And I can play a little bit for you too, but I would like you to look at it's a beautiful poem. This is written, now we are in Peru, so this is in Quechua. And if you're going to do these pieces, these are pieces that I have done this in festivals, high school festivals, because it's very phonetic. You just write it, you just read it like Spanish, hanak, pacha, kusi, kuinin, you know, with the Latin vowels, a, e, I, o, u. It's nothing, you know, there's no schwa sounds or any of those French German sounds that with combinations, very, very pure vowels. And heaven's joy, 1,000 times shall we praise you, all three bearing thrice blessed fruit, O hope of humankind, helper of the weak, hear our prayer. Attend to our pleas, O column of ivory, mother of God, beautiful iris, yellow and white, receive this song we offer you. Come to us, to our assistant, show us the fruit of your womb. Again, for Virgin Mary, right? But if you think about it, there is some syncretism here too. And by syncretism, we mean when two religions, two values of two different religions, you know, combine. Because I think this reference to the Mother of God, they were also probably thinking about their own goddess, right? From their religions, from the Inca religion, and they could make that transfer much easier. So Hanak Pachap is a great piece. Let's sing it a little bit. Let me see if I have it here. Oh. I think, no, maybe not. I don't see the, I thought I had, ooh. No, sorry. I was ready to sing it, but that Hanak Pachap, no, let me go back a little because this is a piece that I would love you to do. Hanak Pachap was, we think it was a processional piece. You couldn't sing things if they were not in Latin. So right inside the church. So I imagine that they would sing this as a procession going into the cathedral in Cusco. So every time I perform this, what I usually do is that I add a drum. In a very, and again, it's very kind of polyphonic, also very modal, and very, very easy to learn. Okay, so I really encourage you to add this to your repertoire just for the historical value that it has. So from here, because there's so many things I want to talk to you about, we are going, there's really not much, there's a lot more that we could cover in colonial, but I didn't want to spend too much time on that. I just want you to plant that seed of curiosity so then you can start looking. But you obviously the colonial music developed much more, and you had chapel masters that came directly from Spain and wrote music like Gabrieli for two choirs for the amazing cathedrals that they built in Mexico City and Puebla City. And you can find those, and thank you God, they are being more published every time, right? But then what happens is that during the 19th century and 18th, 19th century, Latin Americans were too busy trying to get their independence from Spain. So I'm gonna skip all the way to the 20th century because yes, there was music written, especially Mexico and Peru. But I think we should care more in terms of choral music. This is what is more accessible to us. So now we are in the 20th century. Most countries are independent. And there's this new, now we've acquired a new identity, right? We are very nationalist. We are proud of our new gain independence. There's a lot of emphasis on secular music because talking about transculturation, now all these countries have developed different styles of music and folk music from all those cultural combinations that we were talking about. And now all these composers are paying attention to that, and all of a sudden they're very proud of the music from the plains, and they get inspiration from that, and they use it in their music. And now they don't want to write about, it's like, let's leave the church on the side for a while, because they had so much power for so long. So now we want to, we are very proud of our new poets, right? And these poets are very nationalist too. So they use inspiration from folkloric musical traditions, from these poets. And I'm going to talk an example of this that is very strong. This happening all over Latin America. But one that you may be a little bit more familiar with is the music from Venezuela. So Venezuela, something happened is that they had new established conservatories. And in these conservatories in Caracas, there was a movement, we call it the Venezuelan Madrigal Movement. It was founded by composer Vicente Emilio Sojo. And what happened is that they would take all these classes of harmony and counterpoint, and then, trying to use what they had learned in classes, they would start writing their own madrigals, their own polyphonic compositions. And out of those came a lot of a cappella, 4-part madrigali. They're madrigals actually, because they're 20th century, but they're madrigals because they're inspired in poetry, just like the madrigals from Italy centuries before. This is an example of one of these madrigals. It was composed by Antonio Lauro. Antonio Lauro is mostly known for his guitar compositions. Every guitar student has played Antonio Lauro in their repertoire, but he also composed for choir. What happened? Exactly. So you can hear the lot of elements from a real madrigal, right? Staggered entrances and so the the translation for that song, Allá va un encobijado, he used a poet by a Venezuelan poet, and he's talking, encobijado means someone who's covering with a blanket, you know, and he's like shelter with a blanket. And this person is walking through the plains of Venezuela, and the poem says, there goes the encobijado through the extensive treeless plains, the same way my hope vanishes without you within my soul. Plains and plains I crossed to forget you, and in the end it all came back that I love you just the same. Right, so very romantic poem. And there are more composers from this area, and some of them are published, and we still need to do more to get them published in the United States. Too many of them are still photocopies. That shouldn't be. So from Argentina, you probably have heard about Ginastera. He's like the quintessential, you know, composer, like Villa-Lobos. But the problem with Ginastera is that most of his music is not as accessible to most choirs. It's actually very complicated. And that's why I'm introducing Carlos Guastavino, who's a very incredibly prolific composer also from the same, he was, yeah, he passed away in 2000. He lived a long life. Very prolific. He wrote sonatas for piano. He wrote for guitar. He wrote for orchestra. Lots of chamber music, and lots of. He wrote art songs. La Rosa y el Sauce, I think, is one that's very sang a lot in colleges. And this is a very one of his many pieces that he wrote for piano and choir. It's called Quien fuera como el jazmín. Who would be like the jasmine when it begins to bloom, giving fine perfume to be in your possession, my love. Who could be a flower? Who would be like the rose with its gracefulness arising red with the light of the new day, to be in your possession, my love? Who could be a flower? And this is just, let's hear a little bit of Guastavino. Very, very pretty, right? Very beautiful. So, and that song is actually part of a set of like 5, and they're published by Chos. You may be familiar with the editor Oscar Escalada. He edits a lot for Chos, KJOS. I hope I'm saying it right. And they're published here in the United States. Carlos Guastavino. Carlos Guastavino, by the way, you're probably familiar with this children's song from Latin America, Arroz con leche. That would be the only song I can tell you for sure that belongs to every single country of Latin America. So obviously it came from Spain. That's the only way you can explain it, right? That's our Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, Arroz con leche. And Guastavino wrote a fugue and it's published by Chos too. And it's a lot of fun. So there are other modern composers. These are Arreon. This is my part of my list of the non-idiomatic composers. So I'm thinking that with a friend we are going to put this also on a list to share it with people. But some of them are published in the United States. Cesar Alejandro Carrillo. Oh my God, he has Salve Regina that it's gorgeous. O Magnum Mysterium. One of my favorite is Beatriz Corona. This is one of her pieces. Let's see. I agree. This is one of my favorite pieces in the world for some reason. Her harmonies are very peculiar, and most of her songs are written like 6/8 with 3/4 or 6/8 again 3/4. She creates these interesting rhythmic tensions. And she sets poetry beautifully. She's one of those, and so this is her problem. She's from Cuba. We are friends, became friends, but there's no relationships with Cuba, and it's very hard to find that music. So you just have to write to her. She would send it to you, and then if you want to pay, we are not supposed to be paying people in Cuba. It's a whole mess. So that's why we have to really advocate to change that relationship, because we are missing so much for not being able to go there and have a normal relationship with normal people. It really it's very frustrating. So now let's move to my favorite area, and these are the folkloric rhythms. When I think about folklore, let me tell you why I know so much about folklore. Because first of all, I grew up in Puerto Rico, and I had like two ways of learning music. I went to school and I learned piano with a very strict piano teacher who would call me at home to make sure that I was practicing. But then on the other part of me, my father, who just passed away 3 weeks ago, my father used to carry the guitar in the trunk just in case. So we would get to my uncle's house, and 2 hours later, Samuel, get the guitar, let's start singing. And we would start singing, and my uncles would start harmonizing. And all this by ear, right? No formal education. Then I moved to the States, and I loved playing guitar. To this day, I don't know how to read guitar. I never learned to read music in guitar. I just know how to play my chords by ear. And I started, you're at the university. I'm telling you this story because this happened in the United States, not in Puerto Rico. I didn't know anything about Venezuelan folk music until I came here. But now you come to the States, you go to university, and you become friends with everyone who speaks Spanish, Venezuelan, Argentinians, Brazilians too, although we don't understand each other, but they're cool too. And then you meet people from Peru and blah, 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 blah. And curious as I was like, what is that? And they show me a Venezuelan cuatro. The next time he would go to Venezuela, I would give them money and bring me one. can you also bring me the maracas? And I started collecting all these instruments. So I have a charango, I have them all. And I started, to me, I was fascinated by the diversity that I didn't know, that I was not aware. And when I think about Latin America, remember I told you about the regions. So I associate those regions with sounds. So let me play this for you that you may be familiar with this. Now, I'm so bad at this. You have two homeworks, two things to do. You are going to tell me what instruments do you hear, and you're going to tell me if you can follow, if there's a rhythmic pattern that you can follow, and what is it, okay? Okay, so what instruments did you hear? Let me go to the chat here. Thank you. Guitar or something similar? Yes, I'll tell you what it is soon. Ah, good guess, good guess. Okay, what about percussion? Didn't you hear a drum there? Right? Okay, so let me see if I do this right. Ah, there you are. So these are some of the instruments from this region, from the Andes region. You see the bombo, right? Which I have one. And this is a Venezuelan cuatro, you're right. But this here, can you see my pointer? Okay, so this is the charango, this one. It's a tiny guitar because if you go in Latin America, almost every country has their own guitar version. Even in Puerto Rico, we have our own, which is not even, it's larger than those there, right? The charango, originally they would use the shell of an armadillo to make the body of those guitars. It has 5 double strings and it has a very high pitch. That's why you heard it, you know, with the, and the pattern. Well, you can do it on the guitar, the bass, right? So those rhythms are very Andean from that region. Those sounds are very Andean. The importance about, one of the reasons I included this piece here is because, I have to get here. Let me get out of here 1 second. I want to go back to, because the Misa Criolla is very important because for 2 things. First, because it was one of the first pieces that was written, the first masses written in vernacular language after the Vatican II Council. People were allowed to use your vernacular, your own language in the mass. So he went ahead and using, he was a folkloric musician, so using rhythm mostly from the Andes. He composed, he did the same thing, the Kyrie, the Gloria, the one you heard obviously was the Gloria, the Credo, Sanctus, and Agnus Dei, right? And each one uses one of those rhythms from the northern part of Argentina, because the northern part of Argentina is the one that it has more Andean influence. So talking about sounds, now let's hear some of these, and I'm gonna ask you to do the same and tell me, what do you hear? Let me see, or maybe, no, this is different. What do you see in the picture? That's the question. Yeah, I can see sign language. Maracas, yes. Maracas, a harp, and this is the Venezuelan cuatro. And Colombians get very, they don't like it when we say Venezuelan cuatro, because it's also Colombian, because the plains are shared between both regions. So you have plains here in the Southwest. They also have plains, they have plains in Venezuela, in Argentina, those are the Pampas. But these are the ones from Venezuela and Colombia. And these are, and let's hear a little bit of those sounds from this region, okay? I'm gonna move it ahead a little bit around here, let's see. Let me go back and see if they come with you. There you have the harp. Please notice the maracas. The bass is also very important here, the boom, 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 boom. So how many of you have heard the piece, Mata del Anima Sola? Mata del Anima Sola, right? Pilim, plim, plim, pilim, pilim, plim, plim, plim. Well, guess what? Those are the sounds that Antonio Esteves was trying to imitate. And that's why it's important to know, when I talk about the regions, to get familiar with the sounds, because I know when I do Mata del Anima Sola, I know that he's imitating the plucking of the harp. He's imitating the you know, with the percussive cuatro, rhythm of the cuatro, and the maracas. And I don't think there's anyone in the world that plays maracas like Venezuelan. I was obsessed for a while. And believe me, I tried, but it didn't work. So now let's see what Venezuelans, when they take a piece like that and they arrange it for a choir, it will sound a little bit like this. By the way, it's very typical for a Venezuelan choir conductor to conduct playing the cuatro at the same time. One, two, tap, 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 isn't that fabulous? Right. So when I discovered the Venezuelan choirs singing this music, again, I was obsessed too. This music, there's a lot of tension between, this is music from the plains, actually, what they're singing there. And again, lots of tension between the 3/4 and the 6/8. Ting, 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 boom, 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 chiquiti, 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 chiquiti. Yeah, it's very, very cool. So those are the sounds from the plains. And then I think those of you who saw my previous presentation, I think I introduced this to you. This is an arrangement that I just finished now during COVID. And this is another rhythm that I discovered. This is from Peru. The Peruvians, let me show this, the next. You recognize that drum, right? The cajon. So the cajon was created in Peru by the Afro-Peruvian community. For a long time, that community was totally ignored. I have to say that in Latin America, the Afro communities in many places like Argentina and Peru, they have tried to erase them from history, but literally. I was reading an article from Argentina. You know, even the tango has African influence. Even the word tango, they think is an African word. But the Argentinians, you know, you talk to Argentinians, no, but there's no blacks in Argentina. Well, maybe you don't see them now, but they were there. They were the slaves, and something had to happen. Either they mixed, but you couldn't kill them all. So it stayed, because you don't disappear a culture like that. So obviously it got incorporated in some of their words, in their music, in their rhythms. But when you go to school and you learn about the history, it's like, you know, they don't exist now. And I think we owe a lot to the United States in that sense. All this reckoning that's going on here too, those things influence the rest of the world. And I think now, you know, thankfully in Latin America, many countries are going through the same, and they are giving more importance, giving more value, recognizing. I heard that in Peru, they have a museum now about African culture. And, you know, the Peru, the cajon is a great, also is a great example of, they created the cajon because they didn't have drums. They were not allowed to bring their drums. So they would use, you know, any box they would find in the ports, you know, where they were working. And now it's a very sophisticated instrument. And talking about transculturation, this is an instrument that was created in Peru and made all the way to Spain. And now the flamenco musicians use the cajon, have incorporated, because the flamenco musicians, they do a lot of clapping, and they would do also on the tables. So they realized that having a cajon would be practical, and they have incorporated it. So I'm going to finish with this. I'm just going to, the Afro-Peruvian rhythms, many of them are in 12/8. 1, 2, 3, ta, pa, pam, pa, pam, ta, 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 ti, ta, ta, ti, ta, ta, ti, ta. So the syncopations happen, but within that 12/8. So let me show you a little bit of the pattern. You do it with me, and then we sing. You clap together with me. This is something I created during the summer on a cappella app, and forgive the piano is completely out of tune. Okay, and it goes like this. Pa, 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 pam. Again. Okay, so let's just do a little bit of this and have fun. Ah, no. Ay, Dios mío. Where is it? Why is it doing that? We started playing before. Aaron, I'm so bad at this. I need to learn from you. There has to, oh, here. Ready? And. Dicen que allá viene, no se sabe quién. Todo el mundo corre, caramba, yo corro también. Todo el mundo corre, caramba, yo corro también. Dicen que allá viene, no se sabe quién. Todo el mundo corre, caramba, yo corro también. Todo el mundo corre, caramba, yo corro también. A bailar al ritmo del tambor. A son de este festejo yo traigo mi pregón. A son de este festejo yo traigo mi pregón. Yo traigo mi pregón. Ready? And that's it. So in summary, this is what Latin American music is. It's like a stew. This is a sancocho from Puerto Rico. Every single country has a version of that stew where you mix everything that you've left, you have left, and you put it together and make a stew. So the music of Latin America is the music of many people. Every country has its own musical traditions. There are commonalities between our different countries, but the most important, I would say, is the Spanish language. And don't make general assumptions where you're teaching music from Latin America. Not all Latinos eat tacos. And double check translations when you're doing folk music, because sometimes there's slang, and a Spanish word may mean something else in a different context. Always make informed decisions. If you do your research, like Arreon was saying, you treat it the same way as you treat any other piece of music. Like Rollo Dilworth told us the other day, you don't need to be an expert. You can also let your student be the experts. If you have students in your classrooms who are from that culture, and just be genuine, be yourself, and have fun. So thank you very much. It was a lot of fun to talk again about Latin American music with you.
Thank you so much, Deanna. It's great to hear from you. And we actually just have 3 minutes. Does anyone have a question they'd like to ask Deanna?
You must be so tired. This is a lot of information in 2 hours, isn't it?
I have a question for you. Where do you find, where's a great place to find, repertoire from Latin America? I know Earth Songs has got a ton of stuff, but where are some of the good places to go?
Chos, the Oscar Escalada edit, he has everything that he's edited, you can use. Earth Songs also has a good list edited by Maria Guinand. Everything that Maria Guinand, brings goes. And now, but that was in a time, now we need new music. So I think I introduced, let me write the name of my friend. You have to look for her. Suzette Ortiz has started, she just retired from being a high school teacher, and she has more time to compose and arrange. She just arranged a salsa piece for Hal Leonard, Catalina Lao. She also did an amazing arrangement of El Cumbanchero, which is good for jazz, but it's very challenging. But it's an amazing arrangement. And that Peruvian piece is gonna come out right now by Hal Leonard. Yes, and that's for SSA. So, little by little, but I think we still need more. Some of those madrigals, I wish they were published, the ones from Venezuela. But
thank you so much, Deanna.
Thanks to you. Have a great day, everyone. It's a beautiful day.
Yeah, sun
Thank
is
you
still
for
shining
being
here in
here.
Pittsburgh. All right, we'll take a 5-minute break, everyone, and then we'll be back with our last session with Angie Kasper.
Okay, bye.
Angie, I'm so sorry I have to get ready and run, but I'll see the recording. But I feel so lucky I've gotten to see you twice in 1 week. You're on mute, Angie.
I think you're muted, Angie.
Yeah, you're muted.
Of course, because I've only been doing this a year and a half, so why should I unmute? No, I was just saying that same thing, Arreon, when I bopped on today. I get to see Arreon again, but
So good.
yeah, it's great to see your face, and I hope you have a great day today.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. I've got some things I've got to run to do, so I'm so sorry to miss this. But like, I've never seen you do this this presentation before, so I'm like, I am so curious. So I'm gonna look for the recording and capture it and see.
Well, I've never done this presentation before, so we'll see how it goes.
It's so interesting. I was like, this is so interesting. So I think.
Well, I mean, I've done things like it, of course, but never these 3 pieces. So
yeah, very cool.
Awesome.
Very cool.
And Angie, did you meet Andrew last time?
And I didn't realize, Angie, you were at Westminster.
that's right, Andrew. We kind of made that connection afterwards, right?
I know. Well, it's so nice to see you.
And you.
Oh my
Arreon,
God.
I don't want to keep you. You have a great day today.
I'll see you. Thank you, Karen.
See you, Arreon. It was great.
Bye.
It's so great to meet you. And yeah, and you know, your former students talk so fondly of you. So, you know.
Well, that's nice to know. Those many, many years ago, I was there from 93 to 99
Amazing.
when I was a baby. So where do you live, Andrew? I want to know everything. Do you live in New Wilmington? Do you live in Newcastle? Where do you live?
I live in New Wilmington. I'm on Gateway.
I was on Gateway. Which house?
233.
Okay. I don't remember mine, but that doesn't sound familiar. So I don't think that was it. But yeah, I was on Gateway for how many years was I on Gateway? 5 years, I think.
Yeah, it's so convenient to get to work, right?
It is so convenient. Yeah. And what's the choral program like there, Andrew? What choirs do you have?
Well, I have 3. I have the men's chorus, the men's chorus, the concert choir, and the chamber singers. And we have an adjunct take the women's chorus. So yeah.
And who is that? Who's the adjunct that's
Ashley Graziani, who's just finishing, I think, her master's at Messiah. So
okay, nice.
yeah, so it's great. But I love it here. I love it in the States. I mean, take COVID away, right? Take COVID away. I mean, the people here, and Karen's been wonderful just and welcoming me into the community. It's, you know, from New Zealand, it's like a long way, and just to be welcomed and embraced is really lovely. So, you know, it's made the experience so much better, particularly in this really challenging year.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
But, you know.
We are so glad you're here, Andrew.
Well, it really is. You've really been wonderful, Karen, and, you know, having friends like and being on the board and things has just really helped with that sense of community. So it's really nice.
And Andrew, how many years have you been in the States?
Just about 2. One of the first people I met was Karen of arriving, you know, and doing the summer conference. So just about 2 years.
Nice. And up until that time, you lived in New Zealand your entire life?
Yes. Yeah, I did. I'd been traveling, but never lived anywhere else. So, yeah.
And what do you think? Do you think the U.S. will be your home here from here on out, or?
I mean, my visa comes up in July, next year, July. So I'll have to renew my H-1B visa and then hopefully at some point can get a green card. So that's the goal. That's the goal.
That's the path.
Yes.
And then you marry an American and then you gotta stay.
You got anyone in mind? Sorry.
And do they have a much older relative that would be interested in me?
Oh my goodness. Well, on that note,
sorry.
perhaps we should start our
All
session.
relationships, right?
I will
Fix all relationships.
myself.
Well, welcome back, everyone, and we will cease talking about love and green cards and move on to Angie Kasper's wonderful session. And we're welcoming Angie back. She was with us at January Jumpstart, and many of your fans asked for your return, Angie. So we're delighted to meet with you and learn from you. We have a smaller crew than expected, but we are all so ready to learn more about this music. So over to you.
Oh, so glad to see you again, Karen, and be back in one of my home states of Pennsylvania, y'all. So I'm interested, can you do a hands up if you saw the session that I did in January with all the background information and all that? So not so many people. My disclaimer is that I don't know very much, right? And I tell music teachers that because A, it's true, and B, I want to empower you to be able to go out and explore music that you might not be so familiar with either. Because otherwise, how is this music, this wonderful body of music, going to be transmitted to our students? Culture bearers are best, of course, but if that's not possible, can you take it upon yourself to educate yourself and be able to learn some of this music so you can share with your choirs? So I'm not giving you all of my big background shtick today. I just want to delve in and teach you some pieces that I absolutely adore. Sound like a deal? Yes, thumbs up. Good.
Hey, Angie, shall I put those documents you sent me in the chat so we can have them now?
Yes, please. That would be great. So you all, it is early here in Washington State. Did you know that? I mean, like really early, like 8:25. Woo. I know you started really early this morning, but my goodness. So I had this incredibly wonderful blessing, Andrew, you should know about this, and that is on my sabbatical a few years ago from Westminster College. I got to travel to a couple of countries and study some indigenous music. And I went to New Zealand because I've always been interested in music from the Maori culture. First of all, that's New Zealand, in case you didn't know, North Island, South Island, the most beautiful place I've ever visited. And as you might or might not know, those islands around New Zealand and Australia and countries are often referred to Micronesia and Melanesia and Polynesia. And you guessed it, between about 1320 and 1350, the Maori people came from all over Polynesia and landed in New Zealand, and on canoes, actually. And then, you know, as happens often, the British came in the 18th and 19th centuries and also colonized the island. Right now, there are about 64% of people on New Zealand that are European descent and 16% are Maori descent. And honestly, this is the most beautiful place I've ever been, y'all. If you have some money and you're ready to take a vacation, travel to New Zealand. Every place I went, the topography changes and every view was more stunning than the last. And the Maori people that I was able to meet and speak with and listen to and learn from were equally amazing. Just quickly, I'd like to look at culture through the arts because, you know, we're all artists, right? And the Maori carvings are stunning, both using greenstone, which you see on the left, and wood on the right. Also, lots of weaving in the culture. And you've probably seen the beautiful tattoos that are on the Maori people, originally chiseled into the skin and now done more as regular tattoos are done. Music of the Maori people, the kapahaka, which I'm sure you've heard that term as well, that includes songs and chants and dances. So one of the kinds of things you might hear at a kapahaka is the actual haka, yeah? And just a couple of real quick, come on, escape button. a couple of examples of what we're talking about. So here's a haka. We're not going to be learning a haka today. Also, an incredible dance form that I saw used poi, which are these round balls on strings that singers use. They change directions as they're singing. It's really incredible. Of course, I bought poi when I was there and I've been practicing. I can barely do anything yet, but my intentions are really good and it's really fun to practice, by the way. What is that? Wrong thing. So haka and poi, and the kind of piece we're going to learn today, the Waiata Aringa, which is a song that has motions that go with it. Yay, Ra. So I must tell you that in the Maori culture, song material is so part of the culture and its heritage, and it's disrespectful to take song material unless you're gifted it by someone in the culture. And so I was gifted Wairua Tapu, which we're going to learn today, and given permission to share it with others. Of course, you can find it on every website there is, but I wouldn't feel comfortable sharing with this with you unless that had not happened. I'll pass.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Dario here, and today I'm going to be doing a song called Wairua Tapu on the ukulele, and I really hope you enjoy it.
Here's a little sample. Beautiful, huh? And here's what it looks like when it's transferred to the New Zealand Youth Choir. So beautiful, huh? You all are smiling. Did somebody put something adorable in the chat or something? Yes? No? You just like the song?
Andrew used to sing in that choir.
Oh my God, Andrew, you should be giving this presentation, right?
No, I sang in that choir from 1997 through to 2002. So, but a lot of the students that are in that particular recording were in the choir that I took. So I took the choir that was the feeder into that choir. So just seeing a lot of faces that I've taught a lot of those students was just quite special. Thank you, Angela.
Oh, let me just tell you that is one of my favorite choirs on the planet, Andrew. And I can say, wow, I know somebody that was in the choir for a long time. Thank you for that. Hey, will you do what I do? Holy Spirit, come to rest, hand out, and then one finger is going to come toward you, but you're going to bypass your face and go to your shoulder. Great. Will you try that again? Prayer hands, swipe left, hands out, and then finger comes toward you, bypasses your face to your shoulder. Beautiful. The second phrase is similar, right? Prayer hands, swipe left, hands out, and then up. Can you do those two phrases in a row? Here's the first. Prayer hands, swipe, hands out, finger toward you, and bypass to your shoulder. Second phrase. Prayer hands, swipe left, hands out, and up. Cover, can you make a house? Cover all we hold dear. You're going to hold it in your hand and bring it toward you. Beautiful. Cover all we hold dear. Yeah. And then give us, hands out, fist to the side, and then you're going to cross in love and sway. Beautiful. Let's do give us your love. Hands out, fist, cross, and sway. Will you go from cover all we hold dear? Here we go. Cover, hold it dear and bring it to you. Give us your love and sway. Great, that's the first half. You know the words to the movement to the first half. Can we try it together? Ready? From the beginning. A light Holy Spirit, come to rest. Holy Spirit from above, cover all we hold dear. Give us your love. Beautiful. Lay us down. Let's do the second half. Lay us down as firewood. So all is right. And then you're going to take your hands from your waist and bring them out with a fist. Again, hands come from your waist and fist to what is right. Yeah, let's try that from lay us down. So all is right. Teach us to hold firmly to what is right. Good. At wash us. And then you get to do raindrops again. Great. And then you're going to do out and dive your hands and then reach up to the sky with your thumbs. Great. I'm going to show you from the raindrops. Wash us to the end. Raindrops here. Raindrops again. And then out and dive and thumbs toward the ceiling. Beautiful. So we're going to try the whole thing with me, and then we'll see if we can do it with the New Zealand Youth Choir, because who doesn't want to hear them again, right? So from the beginning, Holy Spirit, swipe left, come to rest. Here, bypass your neck to your shoulder. This phrase starts the same. Swipe, out, and up. Cover all we hold dear. Give us your love. Lay us down so all is right. Then from your waist, everybody, teach us to hold on to what is right. Wash us so that we can keep holding. Yours is the true glory. Beautiful. You'll notice at the beginning that the choir steps and sways and does this with their hand. In Maori culture, this is the wiri, and its energy has to do with life and the water. If you can imagine your whole life being on an island, the power of the life force that's through all the music. Are you ready to try this? Say yes. If you're able to stand, you might wish to do so. Hands start, and we step touch. Now we start at the beginning. You ready? Cover. Ooh, I forgot this part. Do this. Now from your waist, raindrops. More raindrops. Out, dive. We go back to the beginning, everyone. From your mouth, your waist, raindrops, more raindrops, out and dive, and thumbs up. We do the first phrase. We do the first phrase again. And last time. Beautiful, huh, everybody? Just so beautiful. Indigenous Maori music was all unison chanting. And then as more people came to the island and harmonies were being heard, harmonies were improvised, which makes this body of material so wonderful because it can be done with any age student. Students who are just singing in unison may sing this music. Students who are singing in parts can improvise if they wish. You could write a second part if you wish. David Squires has just arranged this piece for treble choir. So lots of different options. And I know my college students right now are having so much fun exploring this culture through this music. And I want to say that again, this culture through this music. Right? I'm going on because I have to do 3 songs in 45 minutes, which is so cray-cray. Any questions, Maori culture, that Andrew can answer for you? Super. Okay, so research trip number 74. My colleague Karen Howard and I went to the Republic of Georgia, which is an amazing cultural experience. Again, you guys, travel, as you know, is just the best. If I could spend the rest of my life just traveling and researching culture, I would. I'm not going to do a lot about Georgian history, just to tell you that polyphonic singing happened in the Republic of Georgia way before it happened in typical what we study Christianity through Donald J. Grout, right? That singing in parts happened early and continued until the Russians overtook Georgia And then there was a concerted effort by the oppressing culture to bury Georgian polyphony, this Georgian harmony singing. So it literally went underground for a long time until the Russians left. And now there's this resurgence of bringing back this original music back to the people. And when we were there, oh my God, it's just amazing. You travel around the countryside and there are just groups popping up all over that are reviving these song traditions, including children. And many of you may know that children's choir kind of was my thing for a long time. And hearing these young people sing this indigenous music with the vocal color that was typical for this style of singing was so incredibly exciting to me. So we're gonna take a little trip to the Republic of Georgia. Sound like a deal? Say yes, because what are you gonna do? You're a captive audience, right? Like, what are you gonna say? So in case you don't know where the Republic of Georgia is, don't feel embarrassed, because most of the time when I start researching, I don't know nothing. So there's where it is. I'm going to zoom up. You can see right above Turkey, it borders, and there's another close-up. Teeny tiny place. It's about the size of West Virginia. And the capital is Tbilisi. One of the few places you can fly into if you're doing international flights. And the country itself is divided into really distinct regions because of the topography. In fact, when we were there, we wanted to visit, I don't know if you can see my cursor, we wanted to be up in this area, but we couldn't. It was December or January, it was December, and it's so mountainous. And the infrastructure is so not what we see here in the United States that you literally can't get in and out of that part of the country at that time of the year. So the music, it should not come as a surprise to us, is also very different depending on what region you go to, yeah? So Kakheti, which is where the capital Tbilisi is known for this style of singing where there's a drone and two voices doing improvisation above. And the first soloist you're going to hear is Andro Papa, who's like the person that does Georgian folk music polyphony. And I had the honor of going to his home amongst the chickens and sitting on the porch and talking to him about his life as a Georgian polyphonic singer. It was one of those memories I'll take to my grave. See if you can hear the drone and the improvised voices here. That's Andro Papa. Personally, I could hear that music like all day. They are taking part in a ritual called a supra, which is a meal where you basically sing. You have a person that acts like the American equivalent of the Toastmaster, right? Who just starts breaking out in song. And we went to several supras while we were there. And I kept thinking, wow, there are so many cultures where music is so making music is so part of daily activities, right? Unlike maybe where we are. So from this area called Guria comes a tradition that's also really fascinating to me. It contains a lot of yodeling, but not yodeling like we would expect from Austria, right? This is yodeling the Georgian way. I studied this music when I was a freshman in college, instead of read that Donald J. Grout History of Music, right? It would have changed my life so much. There is so much incredible music out there. And if you're a vocalist, there are so many ways to use your voice, right? That we never heard of. From Savanetti comes a kind of music that's just really beautiful 3-part harmony. But instead of having chords that are always triads, you know, there are a lot of chords, vertical sonorities, where you might have 1 4 5 of the key, or 1 6 7, or 1 7 8. I mean, the harmonies are just different. And back in the olden days, they used to not use just tuning, right? So the way the voices tuned to each other was very different. Here's a little snippet of that for you before we learn our song. And often ending in those open fourths, open fifth sounds at cadential points when they're singing in 3-part harmony, which you'll hear in the song that we're going to sing right now. Are you so excited? Say yes. This piece is from Tuscetti, and it's on the eastern border, right above that large area. It's called, can you say, Deda? And then the place where the little apostrophe is, we're going to put a schwa sound. So it's mo, gi, kav, desa. Mo, gi, kav, desa. Deda, mo, gi, kav, desa. Got it? Cool. So this song uses very few notes. Isn't that cool? These are some solfege. Let's see, what key do I have this written in? I'm going to ask you to look at your score in just a minute, but for right now, if you could just play it along with me. This is a way I might teach to my students as well. Can you sing so, fa, fa? And with me, we're going to keep going. Fa, mi, re, re. Mi, re, mi. Do you see the line of people on my screen as well? Do you see you or just me or no one? Do you just see my screen? Could someone unmute and tell me?
We can see both.
So you see all your faces?
Yes.
Okay, so I just moved that so you could see the end of the line. That's what I was trying to figure out, whether I needed to be aware of that or not. Good, do you think you have that part? Say yes. And right now you don't have to be so rhythmic, just those last notes of the phrases are held a little longer. Let's try it again, go for it. So, fa, fa, mi, re. Mi, re, mi, and then will you repeat? Fa, mi, re, mi, re, mi. Bravo. Could you try this line, please? It starts on me. Go for it. And when I put a little slash mark at the bottom of a syllable, it's to notate that it's the lower T, the one right below do, and not the one that's clear up high. Make sense? Go for it. Mi, re, do, ti, do, ti, la, repeat. Re, do, ti, do, ti, la. Fabulous. Could you pick one of these 2 parts now? You're either going to sing the so, starting on the so, or the me, and we're going to sing them together. Are you ready? Say yes. Go for it. Beautiful open fifth there at the end. How'd you do? Thumbs up, thumbs middle, thumbs down. Great. Can you tell I've done nothing but teach on Zoom for the past 18 months? Yes, it's true. How about this bottom part? It starts on La. Yes, I do. La bass minor. Could you, yay, Karen's being a fan. Could you start on this La? This is gonna actually be the lower part. Go for it. La, 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 la. La, 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 so, so, so. So, 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 la, la. Repeat. La, 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 so, so, so. So, 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 la, la. How'd you do? Pretty cool? Will you pick apart, everybody? Either the La or the Mi or the So. La, Mi, So. This is so beautiful. You are going to weep. Are you ready? Go. Good for you. I'm going to play you a recording of a Georgian group singing this. Will you listen to an opening call and will you respond with what you just sang? Do you understand your job? And you don't have to think about text yet if you don't wish. I will move this out of the way. Don't you hate when you have a lot of things opened up so you can't really see? You're on. Repeat. Here comes the call. Or for some reason it didn't. Oh, I know, I was probably at the end of the piece. That's okay. All for the sake of time. Can you find the score that I sent you of this, as well as the translation? This is actually a lament from the Republic of Georgia, and it has to do with a boy who was killed in war. And this is the perspective of the mother. Right? And we're going to do just a little bit of pronunciation. The Georgian alphabet is only used in Georgia. It's absolutely gorgeous. If you want to see something that looks like art, go look at something that's written in the language. But its pronunciation is quite easy, you'll be happy to know. It's kind of like Latin with a few differences. Can you say at the beginning, deda? And then we're going to use that schwa sound. So, mogi kavdesa. Then chem, shavilo. And that the Eastern European, Asian area where we are does the L sound kind of like in our word cold. So it's shavilo, shavilo. Good. Dedai. Dedagagitavada. Shentavis dedai. Good. And then you repeat that. Dedagagitavada. Shentavis dedai. So like for me, compared to French, this is a piece of cake, right? I'll never be a good French pronouncer. Let's see what you can do from the beginning. You can sing along to the first, and I'm going to go ahead and play the rest so you can hear that it's just strophic. It's only 1 minute and 30 seconds long, and it just touches my heart in a really special way. Shenta
Shvilosit gassire, kudait navadi, andioxid gassire, bekt mi hurde buri, andioxid gassire, bekt mi hurde buri. Shvilo me shenschensa, shavuna girzeda, agvirem shevachri. חבלת גושבה, אגבירם שבחרי, חבלת גושבה.
Back to the beginning.
תדמו גיכב דסה, צ'ם שילו דדאי, דדגה גיטה בדה, שנטה ויס דדאי, דדגה גיטה בדה.
How can something so simple be so beautiful is what I want to know. You guessed it, in the Republic of Georgia, most of the singing is split by gender. So there are men's groups that sing primarily in 3 parts, and there are women's groups that sing primarily in 3 parts. And when I went to Supras, there were men's songs that were sung and there were women's songs that were sung. And when I went and heard children's choirs, they were also divided by gender. So before I finish up here, what questions do you have about the Republic of Georgia that I won't be able to answer?
I was just what you just said there, Angie, because I have looked into doing some Georgia music with a mixed choir, and I'm just wondering if you would advocate for any arrangements of these things, or if there are some things written for mixed voices with a bass part.
Yeah, definitely there are mixed choirs in the Republic of Georgia, and especially now in contemporary. I was referring more to this history of Georgian polyphony. So I think it's perfectly appropriate for you to do a Georgian piece with mixed choir. And they would say that in Georgia as well. There are some Georgian pieces published with earth songs. I don't remember right offhand what those are. And if you all don't have these books yet, oh my God, you should get them. Do you have the Raising the Bar books? Okay, so this is what you invest in. This, when you have, they're not even very much. They're pretty cheap. So Molly Stone and Patty Kyler, that are part of the Village Harmony, have done these incredible resources by area, along with some DVDs. And they have some South African, they have Bulgarian, they have one with Georgian music. These are mostly 3 parts, but they'll be able to give you a history of that. And the 3 parts are, you could do what we just did in 3 parts, Karen, and put the tenors and basses on that bottom part, which is quite low. That's possible too. The singing there is very robust, like don't hold anything back, full-bodied, open-throated, we're here to sing kind of singing, unless it's a lament like this, right? Can I go ahead and do something else real quick? You might all know this song, but maybe you haven't seen it presented in exactly this way. I'm not sure. Once upon a time, this can actually go away now. Yay, go away. Once upon a time, I was going down the YouTube hole. Do you ever do that? And I saw this. And I had to say, what is that? What is that? And why don't I know about it? This was several years ago, by the way. So I kept looking. I came across this. then I'm really intrigued, right? I wondered where in this world were these pieces from. And I found out they're from Indonesia and Malaysia. This one you just heard, the adult choir do, is from Malaysia. That's where Malaysia is, by the way. Again, I'll do a zoom out, which I do for my students, by the way, too, because I like them to have the broad picture of where something is, and then, kind of zooming in. You can see China, India, Australia, New Zealand, where we just were. Indonesia and Malaysia are here. Here's another close-up. Malaysia's actually on two different islands, what they call the West Island and the East Island. And the piece we're going to do today is from the state of Kelantan. Malaysia is divided into states, just like the United States is divided into states. And I wondered, this adult choir, what was that song about? And when I started researching, I found out it was about kites. It's called Wellbeing. And I found out that these gorgeous kites shaped like crescent moons are so part of the Malaysian culture that they even appear on coins. Can you believe that? It's on the back of some of their coins. Here's what it looks like when they fly.
Cara-caranya Pak Ben nak turun nama dah dah. 1, 2, 3.
The translation of that song they were just singing, which was the same one that you heard the adult choir do, was, wow, a three-cornered moon, which refers to the shape of the kite, yeah? I wondered, is it already notated? There are some world music pieces that are notated and done so quite well. Is this one already notated? And sure enough, I found the arrangement by Tracy Wong, who happens to be from Malaysia, music educator. She did her doctorate at the University of Toronto. She just finished her degree, and what a wonderful culture bearer she is for the music of Malaysia. So being that I no longer have any fear, I used to be quite introverted, I called Tracy and asked if I could interview her so that when I did this piece with folks, they would have some context. Here's her saying just a word about herself.
I am born in Malaysia and from Chinese heritage, but consider myself Malaysian. So growing up, I do speak both English and Malay because of it being the national language. And my parents are also Chinese and dialect speakers, and my dad is Cantonese, my mom is Teochew. So it's two different sides, and we are a multicultural country in Malaysia. So we do have Malay, Indian, Chinese, indigenous, and we have Eurasians as well. So it's really much a melting pot of cultures.
And I also asked her, of course, about Dikir Barat style, which is these pieces where you sit and your hands dance, right? So let me see if I can find that for you. 540.
It's fascinating.
Yeah.
A little bit about the Dikir Barat tradition in Malaysia.
So Dikir Barat is actually an East Coast music, and we have 15 states in Malaysia. So this is in the East Coast of Peninsular Malaysia, and every state takes pride in having their own certain style of music. So this is in Kelantan, that particular state, and they are really well known for this style. Dikir Barat means it's basically you're sitting down in rows and you are singing in a unified sound and movement, and a lot of times it's done in competition. So even in schools in my state, where it's on the west side, we do have Dikir Barat competitions among cultural societies, and the more creative you are, the more unified and more energetic things look. That's how you're a winner. And it just fosters togetherness and unity. And sometimes we see in the villages, one village will fight it out with another just to see who's more creative. And they'll come up with their own music and their own poetry as well. And this particular setting for that wall bulan is just a snippet of the entire thing, because it would start with just one speaker doing almost like a long form poetry. And it's sung speech as well in a certain way and ornamented. And then after that, that person will lead the whole group into that one that we're so familiar with that we see now. And
very cool, huh? So I'm running a little bit out of time. I show you Tracy Wong because, of course, the very, 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 very coolest thing we can do is find a culture bearer to come into our ensembles and talk about music of their culture, right? And today, with the days of Zoom, that's become easier and easier. I've submitted a proposal to do at the Northwest ACDA called Choir Through Culture Bearers, because my goal is to have culture bearers work with my choir next year and then bring the culture bearers and my choir to the convention to just share with folks how that process works, because it's enriched my life so much and I want other people to have that experience as well. Hey, so I'm going to teach you just a little bit of some Dikir Barat movement. If you're able to sit on the floor, this is going to be a lot easier. If you'd like to try this from your seat where you are currently, that's okay too. But let me show you some Dikir Barat hand movements. We're going to clap twice. And then one hand's going to go up in the air with your palm up. Can you see that? And the other hand goes down. And you're going to look at the hand that's up. So it looks like this when I put it together. Clap, clap, up. And then the other way. Clap, clap, up. First way. Clap, clap, up. Clap, clap, up. Yeah, fabulous. And then the next step is clap twice. And one hand is going to end up in front of your body, and one hand, go away chair, is going to end up behind your body, but you're going to get there by making a crescent moon shape, right? So it looks like this. Clap, clap, arms up into position. Yep. And then the other way. Clap, clap, other way. First way, second way. Great. Can we put it together from the beginning? For these. Got it? Ewabule, 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 terra jutiko. Ewabule, ewabule, terra jutiko. How'd that go for you? Cool. One hand, ready? Floor, hit 3 times. 1, 2, 3. And then your knee. And then again, 1, 2, 3, knee. 1, 2, 3, knee. Now you're going to reach out and clap and up and clap. Can you put that together? That's the second step, right? 2, ready, go. Hit, 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 knee, knee, up and out. Again. Just 2 this time. And then you end this step by going hit, clap, really fast. Hit, clap. Got it? Cool. So I'm going to let you do a little bit of movement along to a recording of this piece to end our day together. Sound like a deal? Say yes. Oh, good. Where's my PowerPoint? Can't live without my PowerPoint. Just saying. This is the Hamilton Children's Choir from Canada. Get ready. You'll hear 4 drum beats. Floor. Again, I just want to say I've done this music with so many different choirs of all different ages, and I just can't tell you what rich experiences they are to be able to share this music and for us to be, as Tracy said, together in one community. In many cultures, there isn't a separate word for music and dance. And so if you're doing a piece from a tradition like this where the movement is integral, it cannot be separated, then you get to do the movement with your students as well. And as my 29, almost 30-year-old daughter, who is a dance major, always tells me, bodies are meant to move, Mom, which I think about a lot. If you haven't looked at this book, I'm going to recommend it as well. It's the World Music Pedagogy Series. Pat Sheehan Campbell, who is kind of the leader of the world music pedagogy movement in the United States, has gathered authors to write this series, each focusing on a different area. So volume 5 was written by Sarah Bartolome, and it's the choral music education one. And boy, she's got just some really great tips, especially when it comes to finding this music, teaching this music, performing this music in a way that's respectful of the culture. So 9:16, I did pretty good, minute over, but that's not bad. I'll stay on for a couple minutes if you have any questions. Otherwise, it was really good to share with you all again. And it's nice to see returning faces as well.
Yes. Thank you so much, Angie.
We listen, Bob.
So that's my 2-year-old here. He's talking to us. Want to say hi? You want to show your bust to everybody. Yeah. This is Everett. Thank you so much, Angie. I love learning from you. Your teaching is so inspiring. Oh. And we are going to convene in 5 minutes to just have some general discussion. I don't know that we have enough people to have breakout sessions today, although we are happy to talk about anything repertoire related to any type of choir or voice type. So stay with us if you can, and we can certainly end early as well, but we'll just give a little bio break here for everyone, and then we'll reconvene. Thanks.
That was wonderful, Angie.
Thanks, Andrew. Andrew, I can't wait to meet you in person. I want to come and see the, what's it called? Or auditorium.
I'm looking forward to meeting you too, Angie.
Take care.
You too. You too.
Mm.
Hey, Catherine, great to see you.
I was just ordering the South at Molly Stone's book that I've been wanting for years and years, and I just thought I'm going to order it right now. So
That's great. Yeah, I didn't know she had the Georgian volume and the Bulgarian volume. So that's great find. I'm ordering them today as well.
Yeah. I'm on the website. Yeah, I didn't know about the Georgian one either. And that's just so much. It's just really rich music.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think my treble choir, my minds will be blown.
Where do you teach?
I'm at Lower Dauphin High School, which is right outside of Hershey.
Okay.
And where are you?
Pittsburgh Girls
Okay.
Choir.
Oh, awesome. Awesome.
This is our incoming president, Catherine, so you'll probably see lots of her.
Oh,
Yeah.
great to meet you, Liz.
Nice to meet you as well. Yes. Wonderful.
Well, so our intention was to have sort of a free form time right now, knowing that different areas of repertoire have perhaps different needs and discussion points, but we are all together and we certainly won't go past 1 o'clock. Happy to end early, but Chris, maybe I'll turn it over to you first because I know that you did prepare some things for this session, so we learn from you.
Awesome. It's good to see y'all. I wanted to share just a few things. Like many of you, I've been really seeking out to fill some gaps in my choral repertoire knowledge. And so that's what I'm focusing on today. It's really been a focus of mine for most of the pandemic. And, you know, all the time spent on the computer, it has made it a little bit easier in certain ways. But actually, it's very funny. I want to put in another plug for Molly Stone and Patty. They run an organization called Village Harmony, and I partnered with them for this spring semester and brought 5 or 6 culture bearers via Zoom into the classroom, and it was really fantastic. They've got this down to a science now, and so you pay somewhere in the ballpark of between, I think, 400 and 600 for a unit, and you receive a lot of extra materials. So you definitely are able to host a culture bearer. They teach a lot of their traditions and cultures however it is appropriate for them to do so over Zoom. We did a lot of rote learning, and but you're also provided with a number of historical artifacts, I guess I would say, historical information, cultural information, recordings, and it was just fantastic. So I want to put in a plug for them anytime, whether it's a pandemic or not. If you're looking to approach music of another culture, I would check with them to see if they know a culture bearer. They have a really wide web, and so just putting in a giant plug. Other things that I've explored this semester. Do you mind if I share my screen, Karen? Would you give me a little option there? Thank you. I just want to highlight a few composers, again, filling in my repertoire gaps. So you'll notice a theme probably, but let's see here. I'm probably worse than any of you in terms of the number of tabs and things like that. Oh, pay no attention there. Okay, here we go. Great. So you know that I'm the collegiate R&R chair, so some of this may be appropriate, some of it may not be. That's totally fine. I want to start with a couple that are appropriate, perhaps. Skylark, the professional ensemble that I work for, commissioned a piece by Jonathan Woody on a text that is really fascinating. It's called I Conquer the World with Words. And I can play just a lick. Actually, I don't think I shared the right way. So 1 second. Share sound. There we are. Give you just a hair of what it would sound like if you have an advanced high school group. I think this would really work for them. It's not too rangy. It's just very rhythmic. And I will do the score. Well,
I conquer the world with words. 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 Conquer the mother tongue. Verbs, nouns, syntax, verbs, nouns, syntax, verbs, nouns, syntax, verbs, nouns. I conquer verbs, nouns, syntax, verbs, nouns, syntax, verbs, nouns, syntax. I sweep away the beginning of things. I sweep away the beginning of things.
I'll play just a hair more because this slow section is pretty astounding. like that harmony. Okay, awesome. So Jonathan Woody, the composer of this piece, is being commissioned more and more these days, and he is just a good name to be on the lookout for. He is a very active performer as well, so he's just a phenomenal bass baritone. And his understanding of the voice and how he writes comes across in his music, I think. So that's a piece by Jonathan Woody. My chamber choir at Muhlenberg is tried this as a virtual choir piece this semester. We're still working on it. We have 2 weeks left. All right. So then again, in the same series through Skylark, we commissioned, this is a great piece for high school. In addition to collegiate ensembles, it is a setting of a poem by a Harlem Renaissance poet, William Stanley Braithwaite. So if you're looking to introduce that to your ensembles, it's a gorgeous piece. It's also quite pandemic topical with the text. So again, I'll just do a really brief share of this one.
It's a long way the sea winds blow, over the sea plains blue, but longer far has my heart to go before its dreams come true.
Here's the
It's where we must, and love we must, and do the best we may, and take the hope of dreams and trust to keep us day by day.
Yeah, so that text has been a bit of a motto for our choirs this year at Muhlenberg, and found it really, really powerful. So yeah, these are, I've plugged it before, but these are free as educational resources right now. And then if you were to buy these scores, you actually only go through the composers themselves to buy them. So yeah, if you feel like checking it out, let me know. You can look at Skylark's website. Other composers that I wanted to highlight, Melissa Dunphy, if you do not know her music yet, extraordinarily topical often. And I have been finding myself more and more wanting to program pieces that have relevance to political or social issues. And if you're looking for that, just go to her website and browse around. One of the pieces that I really almost did this semester was a survival plan of sorts. And again, just the text. I really like this. Raid your library, read everything you can get your hands on. Yeah, it's just really, really, she always sets great text, is very thoughtful. Melissa Dunphy, great resource. Mari Valverde, if you don't know any of her music, again, just a giant recommendation. She is a joy to work with. Zoom in, get her to talk with your choirs. She's so thoughtful. And her music is very diverse. One of my favorite pieces of hers is actually in Swedish. It's this little beautiful art song that's in Swedish, and it's just gorgeous. Perfect, perfect little piece. Other composers that I've been toying around with, Cecilia McDowell is, yeah, I get a thumbs up from Karen on that one. I programmed Arreons this last semester. It's the same text as O Radiant Dawn. Good grief. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Apparently it's not pulling up, but she's fantastic. I ordered basically everything I could get my hands on of hers, and it's worth it. I really haven't seen anything that I haven't enjoyed. Dame Ethel Smythe is somebody who has been coming up more and more recently. She was one of the leaders in the suffragette movement in England, and the Grammy for Best Solo Vocal Performance was a large oratorio work of hers this year. Really fascinating. She's also a member of the LGBTQ community. So if you're looking to emphasize any part of that in your programming, highly recommended, really important across the board as a historical figure. My women's ensemble did this piece, Laggard Dawn, this last semester, and it's beautiful. It's really great. So another shout out there. This composer, and I feel really badly, but I just stumbled across her and I do not want to mispronounce her name, so I will show it here. Really cool and fascinating music. There's this piece, Numbers, that I am thinking about programming. I really appreciate her thoughts on composition, which she always gives some really nice composer notes, but this would pair really interestingly with any number of choices that we might make. If any of you have heard the Hymn to Axiom, that's sort of this, I don't know, dystopian thought of how computers read our minds and target us specifically. This could pair with that really well. I'll give you a sense of what this sounds like. Later it gets into binary code, which is, again, really fascinating. But she has a number of works for chorus that are I'm going to check them out this summer. Like many of you, I'm certain that's what you do for like about a month over the summer, as you scavenge and scour. A couple of other composers really quickly. Evelyn Simpson Currington. Just really an incredible composer. Oh, that's Trevor Weston, sorry. This setting of Psalm 91, Psalm 91 specifically mentions disease and plague, and I don't know how to describe her music to you. It's astounding. I really, really, really enjoy it. So I just recommend that you go through and check it out. Some of it is idiomatic and some is non-idiomatic. And so you may find something in there that you really enjoy. This Psalm 91 setting is something that I'm probably going after very soon. And then I talked about Village Harmony. And lastly, I would want to talk a little bit about Trevor Weston, another composer, studied with Ollie Wilson, famous and important Black American composer. And a piece that I know of his that is fascinating is My Heart Hath Trusted in God. I would describe it, again, it's non-idiomatic, and I really thought that he was British by listening to just the flavor of the music. So I can't wait to check out more of his stuff, and he is getting a lot more commissions now. So another person who's really up and coming. So this is all the stuff that I prepared today. If you if you need anything from me or want to hear a name or a resource anytime in the future, please just let me know and share yours with me. Please, please, please. So that's all I got today. Oh, sorry, one other thing. If you haven't seen this publication yet, I just wanted to make you aware of it. Here, let me stop sharing.
This thing rocks.
Yep, it's great. It's Oxford, right? Let's see. I don't know. Hang on. Well, I'm doing a great job. Anyway, there's one for treble voices and there's one for mixed voices, and it's sacred music by women composers. So Cecilia McDowell is in here, Ethel Smythe is in here. There are, a few other folks, but it's great to see publications like this coming out, and this one's real quality. So let me try and look up the publisher for you so you can know. I'll put it in the chat in a second.
Yeah, Sarah McDonald's brainchild. She's was the first woman to be a director of a chapel in the Oxford sort of system. And so she's the director of music at, which one is she at? Selwyn College. anyways, cool. Thank you so much, Chris.
Yep, anytime.
Great ideas, great thoughts. And Joe, did you have anything you wanted to share with us?
No, I don't think so. I just had some things. We're kind of thinking about what's going to happen after the pandemic, and how do we get out of this, sort of method of sort of half online or half in the room, or sometimes smaller groups, or all the different sort of adaptations that we've been making. And I just think, it's worth exploring maybe a little bit what things we might be able to save from the online experience that our students either learned or gained from or grew by, partly because of the technological limitations that we were under. And then how do we kind of get out of that method and back into sort of what maybe something that we're more used to, and how can we grow from that whole experience? Those are just sort of things that were going through my mind about this topic. And I'm just sort of, one thing I'm thinking about is okay, like it was really frustrating for our ensembles at the beginning, at any rate, to have students so far apart and with masks and all that sort of thing. But at the same time, there were some things that were really great about it in terms of developing their independence, and developing their confidence, and growing as someone who, there's this concept of social loafing, particularly in a choral organization, and you can't do that if you're 6 feet apart from somebody else. So actually, I'm thinking of starting at the beginning of the year with people in a more distant physical relationship, just so that they have that sense that they really are responsible for doing things. And I think it also might help with things like, well, you notice people don't really talk to each other when they have to shout 6 feet across. So you don't have, it's like the mute all button. They're not talking all the time because they're too far apart to get away with it. Those are just a couple of things that I'm thinking about in terms of this, but I'm interested in other people's ideas and thoughts about that topic as well, because I think there really is, it's been a very unique experience, and probably some plus as well as minus that we can be thinking about and relying on.
I just did a brief survey with my students on the last day of classes, and one thing that came out shining through was how much they want a project, and how much this experience has felt sort of listless and sort of meandering, and it hasn't been as project driven as we're used to in the choral world, right? So we did a recording recently, April 9th, and they all talked about how grateful they were for just something to work toward and something performative. And I think coming out of the pandemic, every time I say that, I feel like I shouldn't say it, but as we sort of are emerging into a different phase here, in the fall, I'm going to hope to plan something significant, a significant project. And in my case, it'll be a recording project, because they are so primed to learn music independently, and to be almost be in a sort of ruddy kind of a routine-y modality that I think will just take off with a recording project, which requires so much focus and so much repetition. So, and I'm going to be sending them music this summer. They're all willing to do that. Collegiate students learn music over the summer. I mean, so it's just funny to kind of measure what the temperature is, the climate is coming out of this experience.
I agree with you, Karen. That project-based mentality, I found my students really craving that. I told you that we engaged Village Harmony for a number of culture bearers to come in, but we learned a lot, but they felt listless. They were learning, but they wanted to apply something and really go for it. I would say that two of the things that I'm taking away from this are related. One, in the fall semester, we were under such a tight schedule for our virtual choir projects that we were often only spending 2 or 3 weeks really on a given piece and going very deep into that piece. And it made me think that about the way I schedule performing opportunities with my ensembles. And one of the things that I'm going to try out this next year is once a semester, I think, we're going to have what I would call it like pro choir time, which is that we get 2 weeks to prep and we're going to do an informal concert, 2 weeks from the day that they're handed the music. And I think it changes the way that they think about it, right? And again, it's an informal concert experience, but it gives them a different set of parameters for a product. And so I'm going to try that out. And then also, I think I'm going to pick one difficult piece a semester for each ensemble and go ahead and make the part tracks for them. I had some students really thrive on that, and it made me think about the learning differences that I have in my ensembles. Students who really do want to learn the in-person ensemble skills better, but feel like they can demonstrate their commitment to the ensemble if they're given another way to learn. And so I'm going to go ahead and bite the bullet. I never would have done it before, but now that I've seen some students thrive, I'm going to go ahead and bring it into my pedagogy.
I think I'm never going to not do that now. Now that we've used Blackboard or your learning management system to its like ultimate degree, I think that's going to always be there now as an asynchronous way to be in choir. We're never going to rely only on synchronous choral experiences, I think,
And I think in terms of learning music, it's really, we've all, I think, mostly come from the model of everybody sort of learns everything at the same time. But we know that in our groups, we have wide differences in terms of how well and how quickly people learn music. And if we think about it just sort of in a philosophical sense or a theoretical sense, what is it that we're actually teaching in choir? If we're teaching reading, okay, that's fine. There are lots of things that people can learn about reading in the choral situation, for sure. But there are, it's okay when she comes to visit, but when she steps on the keyboard and then mutes me all of a sudden, it doesn't work as well. That really it's the student's responsibility to learn the music. And if one person learns it faster than somebody else, well, they shouldn't have to sit there for a half of a choir rehearsal while we're pounding notes with something else. We should all be making the musical part, the things that we can't do independently, the things that we can only do ourselves, really should be the focus of what we're working on during the rehearsal process.
Well, good thoughts, Joe. Thank you for inspiring that conversation. I just love seeing 5 of my colleagues and talking, but I know we've been on Zoom forever this morning. So I am going to give us a cutoff and say it's been wonderful to see all of you. And thank you so much for being part of this event. And I hope to see you all very soon.
Likewise. Bye, friends.
Karen.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.